and a retired agricultural teacher. With his family, they operate Barnes Livestock, a white Dorper breeding operation. Let's welcome both Rod Barnes and Joel Parker to the North American. The Southdowns do provide several special awards. We want to recognize those. They are the W.L. Henning Cup, which is a traveling trophy and permanent plaque that is presented to the exhibitor of the Grand Champion Southdown Ram. The Henry Basudin Trophy, which is a traveling trophy and permanent plaque presented to the exhibitor of the Grand Champion Southdown Ewe. The Harold E. Judy Trophy, a traveling trophy permanent plaque given to the exhibitor of the best pair of ram lambs. The English Southdown Sheep Society Trophy, which is a traveling trophy permanent plaque to the exhibitor of the best Southdown flock. The Duran and Donella Howard Trophy, another traveling trophy and permanent plaque given to the premier exhibitor of the show. The Ronald Weedle Trophy, given to the first place pair of yearling ewes. The Florence Strauss Trophy, given to the exhibitor of the best breed character ewe with emphasis on the head. The Gary Jennings Trophy, given to the exhibitor with the animal with best breed character ram. placing on the yearling Ram class for the South Downs, first place to entry 20. Brian Forsey, South Downs, Owenton, Kentucky, with Forsey R24-44. Ivy League, second place to 23. Northern Star Livestock Service, Jeffrey Rapaski, Lonsdale, Minnesota, with Burns Stock Farm 2070, Slow Burn. Third place to 22, Bobby Joe McCoy, Marlinton, West Virginia.
Test. Really strong class of rams to start the Dorper show this morning. A lot of differences, and each of you may see a particular ram that you really like that I don't have in first slot, and that's okay because every one that I'm looking at right now is an excellent individual and an example of the breed. We're starting with the ram that I think is the smoothest made, all the parts fit together the best. He's the most complete for me. He's very masculine, very powerful, shows a lot of muscle. I really like the way he walked around the ring. I just think he's the most level out his top line as far as what I was looking for. The next ram is the big powerhouse of the group, but I'd like to smooth him up. I'd like to lengthen his stride off the back, and I'd like to change his head just a little bit, that dish in the front there. The next ram gives up just a little bit to the second place. He's very similar in his kind, but he tends to be a little heavier in the front compared to the rear two-thirds to place higher in this class. The next two lambs just don't have quite the size and scale of rib cage, depth of body and all, but they are extremely powerful in their own right and excellent individuals for a Dorper show. Great way to start the Dorper show with these rams.
Placing on the Dorper Yearling Ram class, first place went to entry 6, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch 5655. Second place to entry 2, Diane and Bill Moy, Fairfield, California, with Willow Creek Ranch M587 Payday. Third place to entry 8, Sydney Phipps, Wilmington, Delaware. Fourth place to entry 7, Lobdell Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois. 5 to entry 3, Rudy Binky, Shelbyville, Kentucky. Sixth place to 4, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina. 7 to entry 5, Kinley Seagraves, Salam Springs, Arkansas. And 8th place to entry 1, Peter DeStefano, North Kingston, Rhode Island. Placing on the early senior Ram Lamb class for the South Downs, first place goes to entry 27, Forsey South Downs, Brian Forsey, Owenton, Kentucky, with Forsey R24341, Royal Flush. Second place to entry 26, Seth Michael, Plymouth, Indiana, with Michael 2482. Third place to entry 25, Quincy Longendorfer, Columbus, Indiana. And 4 to entry 29, Gretchen Keene, North Liberty, Indiana. Placing on the late senior Ram Lamb class for the South Downs, first place to entry 31, Wyatt Wersbicki, Oric, Missouri, with Psycho Sid, Wersbicki 408. Senior champion Ram for the South Downs show is entry number 20, first place yearling Ram, Forsey South Downs, Owenton, Kentucky, with Forsey R24-044, Ivy League. The reserve champion for the senior division is entry 23, the second place yearling, Northern Star Livestock Service, Jeff Rapaski, Lonsdale, Minnesota, with Burns Stock Farm 2070, Slow Burn.
Second class of Dorpers is just as powerful and just as stout in quality from front to rear as the first class. Younger rams, but there's a lot to appreciate in these guys. The ram I start with is the smooth, balanced, put together ram that you just have to like him from one end to the other, from for his head, his neck, the way he holds that neck, and the shoulder design is excellent. Very smooth down his top and more level out over his dock than any other ram in the class. I will grant total body muscle to the second place ram. Very stout, just a little weaker behind the shoulders there, just a little pinched, but still a tremendous individual, very long in the hip, a lot to like about him. Third place ram has a little more excessive dip behind the shoulders, but another very powerful ram that we appreciate a lot of things about him. We move down to the next two, and there are a couple of faults in here. A mouth that I didn't like, and a little too small in frame on the other ram compared to the ones above them, but they're still excellent individuals like all the rams in this class.
Placing on the Dorper Fall Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 14, Narrowgate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee, with Narrowgate Farm 931. Second place to entry 12, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch 6135H. Third place to entry 13, John McNamara, Plains, Montana. Fourth place to 96, Hunter Stanfill, Salam Springs, Arkansas. 5 to entry 11, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. And 6 to entry 9, Rudy Binky, Shelbyville, Kentucky. For the Dorpers, we're now ready to show for Senior Champion and Reserve Senior Champion Ram. That'll then be followed by our Winter Ram Lamb class.
Really appreciate that the two rams that we're looking at first place in these two classes for the senior division of the Dorper Rams. I've already talked about them a great deal, but they're just tremendous individuals. Either one of them should make a tremendous stud buck for their owners. Having said that, I just have to appreciate the size, the power, and the muscle from end to end of our oldest class winner. He will be your grand champion, and the reserve will go to the younger class winner.
Our senior champion ram for the Regional Dorper Show is entry number 6 out of the yearling ram class, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch 5655. The reserve champion came from the Fall Ram Lamb class, entry number 14, Narrowgate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee, with Narrowgate Farm 931. Placing on the Southdown January Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 44, Cole Cannettle, Downs, Illinois, with Livermore 24-23. Second place to entry number 33, Drew George, Niles, Michigan, with George Brothers 25-21. Third place to Scout Ingram, Pulaski, Tennessee. Fourth place to entry 48, 4C Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. Fifth place to entry 40, John Crowder, Sheridan, Indiana. Sixth place to entry 32, A&M Ranch, Mark and Amy Johnson, Sandwich, Illinois. 7 to 39, Ed Kenny, Red Lion, Pennsylvania. Eighth place to entry 45, Chloe Snyder, Mount Sterling, Ohio. 9 to entry 47, Jordan Ramsey, Kinsman, Ohio. And 10th place to 42, Lucas Wood, Martinsville, Indiana. And 11 to 41, Amelia Langendorfer, Columbus, Indiana.
Evaluate this class. I have two rams at the top of the class. While they're not particularly alike, they both have about the equal amount of good things in them that I really appreciate. I appreciate muscle for one, and both of these are very well muscled, especially down there top in our first place ram. I love the way he carries his head and neck. He's so smooth coming up out of the shoulders, and I appreciate him for the way he travels around the ring. Very light and easy moving, very sound. He had tremendous loin in him when you get your hands on him, and I appreciate his depth of body. The next ram, very level and true down his top, just gives up a little of that prettiness on the front end and over the dock, but he is a very stout, well-muscled, heavy-bone ram that I appreciate a lot about him. The next ram is the smooth picture ram that I really love. When he walked in the ring, I go, oh, wow. But when I get my hands on him, he lacks a little bit of the muscle down his top and in the lower twist of the leg that the two above him have, but he is the very smooth, balanced, symmetrical ram that I really appreciate. The next ram is giving up a little size and scale to the rams above him, but he is a very powerful individual. You have to love him when you stand behind him. Tremendous ram there. The next ram is carrying a little more condition than the rest of the class and not showing me quite enough testicle development to compete with the rams above them. Excellent class.
Placing on the Dorper Winter Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 19. Josiah, Samantha, and Enoch Geyer, Allensville, Kentucky, with Taylor Dorpers, 804. Second place to entry 20, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Branch, 6107H. Third place to 24, Dan Ryan, Pana, Illinois. Fourth place to 21, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Fifth place to 18, Lobdell Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois. 6 to 22, Sydney Phipps, Wilmington, Delaware. 7 to 23, Sydney Phipps. And 8th place to entry 17, Rudy Binky, Shelbyville, Kentucky.
Very nice class of young rams here. We have a very complete young ram to start the class with. I like the way he's put together from end to end. As they move around the ring, he's free and easy. The longest strided ram in the class. I like the substance of bone he shows me for this age and the amount of muscle from end to end. Very smooth through the shoulder. I like his head. Just a lot to appreciate about him. A big, stout, powerful ram in second place. Actually just a little taller, but not quite as smooth in his put together, not quite as long in the hip. but a very outstanding ram in second place. The third place ram just gives up a little frame size, and he's just a little bit weaker behind the shoulder on his top line than the two rams above him, but a tremendous rear leg on him, just a lot to appreciate about him. Same way with the fourth place. From end to end, you just have to love him. And if you looked at him, he's just giving up size and scale to the rams above him, but he's an excellent individual.
Placing on the Dorper Spring Ram Lamb class, first place went to entry number 30, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch 6141H. Second place to 29, Lobdell Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois, with Lobdell Dorpers F 2529. Third place to entry 27, Rudy Binky, Shelbyville, Kentucky. And 4 to entry 31, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina. Placing on the pair of Ram Lambs for the Dorpers, first place goes to Vivian Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina. Second to Lobdell Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois. Placing on the Southdown February Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 59, Drew George, Niles, Michigan, with George Brothers 2544 Law Dog. Second place to entry number 57 Cole Kennettle, Downs, Illinois, with Kennettle 2577. Third place to 62 Forsey South Downs, Owenton, Kentucky. Fourth place to entry 52 Sarah, J.C., and Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Fifth place to entry 65 KDK South Downs, Richalt, Wisconsin. Sixth place to entry number 51 Kyle and Julie Wilson, Hagerstown, Indiana. Seventh place to 58 Forsey South Downs, Owenton, Kentucky. 8 to 53 Matt Scramlin, South Downs, Holly, Michigan. Ninth place to 63 Caitlin Jornby, Browntown, Wisconsin. 10th place to entry number 66 Ellie Hansen, Woodburn, Oregon. 11 to 64 Mark Novak, Browntown, Wisconsin. 12 to 56 Richard Hagerman, Georgetown, Kentucky.
All right, as we review and look at these class winners from our younger set of Dorper Rams, there's just a tremendous lot to appreciate. I hope everyone ringside sees the quality in these individuals. These four Rams are outstanding, should work anywhere. My preference is the winner of the youngest class. He will be the champion, for he is the smoothest, longest strided, and the best combination of muscle and structure in the class. Reserve gets to be a different challenge for me because we have very much difference between the second in that class and the first place in the older class, but I think just the total package goes with the first place in the older class. You will be the reserve.
Junior champion Dorper goes to entry number 30, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ola, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch 6141H. The reserve went to our first place in the winter Ram Lamb class, entry number 19. Josiah, Samantha, and Enoch Geyer, Allensville, Kentucky, with Taylor Dorpers 804.
think one, when we compare him to our class winner, maybe not quite as stout at the ground as some of those ahead of him. He obviously doesn't have the leg roll on him that we have up here, but he just seems a little bit frailer in his makeup and his body shape compared to what those are. I think a nice one to fit in a 4. Then the near lady sitting here in 5, another one that I think is one that's really up-headed. He's wanting to fire it up now. When she had him relaxed over there on this side, I think one that balanced extremely well from this side. He meets your in with plenty of shape to him. Probably just giving up a little bit of overall muscle mass and dimension compared to the ones ahead of him, but a really nice top 5 here in your late buck race.
In our Dorper Grand Champion Ram competition, I am very impressed by the similarities in our senior champion and our junior champion. They're cut from the same mold, very similar in type. I really appreciate their length of side, that extra length of loin they have, the muscle down the top, the substance of bone, and they both travel very free and easy around the ring. There's just a lot to like about them. Having said that, I'm going to appreciate the senior champion will be your overall grand champion, and the junior will be the reserve grand.
Grand Champion Ram for our regional Dorset show is entry number 6, our senior champion Ram, out of the yearling Ram class, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch, 5655. The reserve grand champion was our junior champion Ram, entry number 30 out of the spring Ram Lamb class, also Vivian Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch, 6141H. Your next class is senior yearling ewes. Placing on the March and later born Southdown Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 74. Brady Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin, with Longenecker 2506. Second place to 71. KDK Southdowns, Richalt, Wisconsin, with KDK 2545. Third to 76, 4C Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. Fourth place to 75, A&M Ranch, Mark and Amy Johnson, Sandwich, Illinois. Fifth place to entry number 69, Kyle and Julie Wilson, Hagerstown, Indiana. Sixth place to entry 70, Tatum Getz, Shakopee, Minnesota. 7 to 72, William and Emily Wilds, Willington, Connecticut. And 8 to 73, Megan Sowers, Fostoria, Ohio. Placing on the pair of Ram Lambs for the Southdowns, first to entry 80, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Second place to entry 78, 4C Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. Third to 81, KDK Southdowns, Richalt, Wisconsin. And 4 to 79, Kyle and Julie Wilson, Hagerstown, Indiana. For the National Southdown Show, our junior champion goes to our class winner of the February Ram Lamb class, entry 59, Drew George, Niles, Michigan, with George Brothers 2544 Law Dog. The reserve champion went to our March class winner, entry 74, Brady Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin, with Formo 2519. That is a correction from an earlier. They came and corrected it to Formo 2519. Now on the Southdown side, we're showing Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Ram. Following that, we will have Best Breed Character Ram. Grand Champion Ram at your National Southdown Show was our junior champion Ram. Out of the February Ram Lamb class, Drew George, Niles, Michigan, with George Brothers 2544 Law Dog. The reserve grand champion was our senior champion Ram out of the yearling class, 4C Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky, with 4CR 24 44 Ivy League. Now need to show Best Breed Character Ram. Best Breed Character Ram will be your next. The American Southdowns Breeders Association has many wonderful flocks and those breeders that tend to those sheep. But today they would like to recognize a particular flock that for the past 100 years has shown the passion, desire, and integrity to raise the best Southdowns possible. Would the Brian Forsey family come to the show ring to receive a special banner to commemorate this very special occasion?
Tremendous set of ewes in this class. Toughest decision I've had to make all day was between first and second. Either one of those would be a tremendous female in anyone's flock. I just happen to like the overall muscle quantity and volume that my first place ewe has, and it's still in a feminine package. She's very feminine. Love the way that neck extends up out of her shoulders, holds that head. She moves free and easy around the ring and is just a touch longer strided than my second place ewe. She also is very feminine in her front end, very smooth. I love the advantage she has in length of side. She gives up a little boldness of rib and a little depth of body to my first place, but there's nothing slouchy about this ewe in any regard. It's just very nitpicking trying to decide my top two. When I moved to third place, it's a little smaller package, a little smaller framed, not quite as long bodied, but she has feminine power. She has muscle from end to end, and it's in a very beautiful package, a lot to appreciate about her. When I moved to the fourth place ewe, she's the large, long, tall, a lot of body capacity, a lot of production in this female. You love her. She gives up a little muscle compared to the first three, but there's nothing wrong with her either. The fifth place ewe, you just love her standing there. She doesn't please you quite as much as she moves around the ring. She wants to drop her head and not move quite as smooth on those front legs. But here again, I'm nitpicking on a very, very wonderful female. 5 excellent individuals in this class. Love them all.
For the South Downs, our best breed character ram came out of the January Ram Lamb class, entry number 32. Mark and Amy Johnson, A&M Ranch, Sandwich, Illinois, with A&M 51276. Placing on the senior yearling U class for the regional Dorper show. First place to entry number 51, Briar Day, Marshfield, Missouri, with Ryan Dorpers E3623. Second place to 47, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina, with Lazy Five Ranch 5645. Third place to entry 54, Blake and Thomas Huff, Pomfret Center, Connecticut. Fourth place to entry 46, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Fifth place to 52, Dan Ryan, Pana, Illinois. Sixth to 45, Blake and Thomas Huff, Pomfret Center, Connecticut. Seventh place to entry number 42, Rudy Binky, Shelbyville, Kentucky. Eighth place to 39, Andrew Howe, Deerfield, New Hampshire. 9 to 43, Algier Farms, Paso Robles, California. 10 to 40, Greenbrier Acres, Frederick, Maryland. The 11th place to entry number 49, Narrow Gate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee. 12th place to 41, Algier Farms, Paso Robles, California. 13 to 53, Jesus Zumarin, Stevenson, California. 14 to 48, McKinley Settle, Mooresville, North Carolina. 15 to 44, Andrew Howe, Deerfield, New Hampshire. And 16 to 64, Peter DeStefano, North Kingston, Rhode Island. Placing on the Southdown Yearling U Class 1. First place goes to entry number 130, Madison Dwyer, Arco, Minnesota, with Gopher 5826. Second place to entry number 127, 4C Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky, with 4CE 24073. Third to entry 140, Olivia and Ainsley Porter, FP Livestock, Ashcombe, Illinois. Fourth place to 133, Riker Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois. 5 to 131, KDK Southdowns, Richult, Wisconsin. Sixth place to 139, Hayden Taylor, Arlington, Wisconsin. 7 to 137, Megan Sowers, Fostoria, Ohio. Eighth place to 132, Brady Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin. Ninth place to 128, Abby Brown, Princeton, Indiana. 10th place to entry 141, Mitchell Brown, Princeton, Indiana. 11 to entry number 120, Charlotte Dill, Deerfield, New Hampshire. 13 to entry number 129, Tar River Ranch, Greenville, North Carolina. Skip 12. 12th place to 138, Hattie Smalk, San Pierre, Indiana. 14th place to 134, Chloe Snyder, Mount Sterling, Ohio.
This class had some really great sheep in it, but it gave me a little trouble because I didn't find my complete, the one that has everything kind of sheep, or what I was looking for in this class. We've got a very feminine but yet heavy muscled ewe that I think is about ideal in her condition. She gives up a little frame size and a little length to some of the others, perhaps even a little bone, but I think she has the most good in her to win the class. My second place is my big, stout, roomy-bodied, level-topped female, very production-oriented, yet if you get your hands on her, she has a lot of muscle in her, and I really like her a lot. I just didn't think that she was quite the flash that I got from the first place, but just a really nice ewe. Not quite as bold in her rib, although she had a lot of depth of side. The next ewe gave me a lot of trouble because quite honestly, I couldn't get my hands on her too well, and there at the end I realized she was showing me a little more condition than I thought she had. A lot of power down her top and in her leg. Very excellent female, a lot to like about her. She's given up just a little bit to the ones in front of her. The fourth place, she is the muscle wagon. She's got the loin, she's got the leg. She droops a little more than I like out over her dock, and it tends to make her look a little bigger in the front 1/3 than the rear 1/3, but she's an outstanding female. We're giving up a little too much frame size in fifth, yet she's the pretty one. She has that head and neck that really catches your attention, and the way she moves around the ring catches your attention, but she's just giving up more frame than I wanted to give up to place her higher today. Excellent females, each and every one.
Placing on the junior yearling U class for the Dorper Show. First place to entry 65, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch 6101. Second place to 62, also Vivian Stephenson, with Lazy 5 Ranch 5839. Third place to entry number 56, Blake and Thomas Huff, Pomfret Center, Connecticut. Fourth place to 59, Lobdell Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois. Fifth to 60, Narrow Gate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee. Sixth place to 55, Rudy Benke, Shelbyville, Kentucky. Seventh place to 58, Rudy Benke. Eighth place to 57, H Livestock, Nowata, Oklahoma. 9 to 63, Peter DeStefano, North Kingston, Rhode Island. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the Dorpers, first place goes to entry 66, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Second to 69, Blake and Thomas Huff, Pomfret Center, Connecticut. Third to Narrow Gate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee. And 4, Peter DeStefano, North Kingston, Rhode Island. Placing on class number 2 of the yearling ewes for your National Southdown Show. First place to entry 117, Drew George, Niles, Michigan, with George Brothers 24-013. Second place to entry 113, KDK Southdowns, Richalt, Wisconsin, with KDK 2432. Third place to 115, Adlin Pfaff, Norwalk, Wisconsin. Fourth place to 111, Brinley Kreitz, Kmar, Maryland. Fifth place to 110, Larkin Miller, Dry Ridge, Kentucky. Sixth to 114, Forsey Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. Seventh place to 123, Olivia and Ainsley Porter, FP Livestock, Ashcombe, Illinois. 8 to 124, Dave and Gidge Sowers, Fostoria, Ohio. Ninth place to 116, Brandon Howard, Mulhall, Oklahoma. 10th place to 118, Wyatt Wiersbicki, Orick, Missouri. 11 to 112, Wyatt Wiersbicki. And 12th place to entry number 126, Maddie Smith, Sumerco, West Virginia.
Another very large and very high quality class of females. Took a little time to sort through, but I wanted to give every one of them a good look and be sure that I saw what was there and appreciated all of them. Even the ones that aren't in the ring right now, there were some excellent females. The ewe we start with is by far the widest. Chest width, base width all the way down, has a very bold spring to her rib. And if you look, there's a tremendous loin laid down the top. She is the fullest and heaviest muscled in the rear leg, yet it's not bunchy or coarse. It's very feminine. She moves around the ring like a ballerina. She's very, very light on her feet and travels well. The next ewe, that is her biggest problem, is she doesn't like to travel around the ring, wants to get her head a little low, which takes away from her attractiveness. When she's set up, she has a very long neck attached to a feminine head, very long-sided, uniform in her depth of body from front to rear. She just tapers from hooks to pins just a little bit pointed there, but she is also wide sprung. The third place ewe, a little more close to the ground, a little smaller in her frame size, a little more feminine in her muscle, very full-bodied, as she would be at this stage of gestation, but there's a lot to appreciate about her. If you stand behind her and look at her, she's carrying a big loin from rack all the way back to the dock, and she has a big leg on her, and she's very smooth, level, all the parts fit together. Our fourth place ewe's big, roomy, very feminine, a lot of body capacity, a very productive female. I'd just like to make her a little wider out over the dock and make her a little fuller in the rear leg. The next ewe gives up just a little bit in total muscling and a little more slope over the dock than I'd like, but she's an excellent female as well. To place in the top 5 in a very tough class, she's an excellent individual.
Placing on the early fall ewe lamb class for your regional Dorper show. First place to entry 75, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch, 5'8", 5'6". Second place to entry number 84, Dan Ryan, Pana, Illinois, with Ryan Dorpers, B, 4424. Third place to entry 90, Narrowgate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee. Fourth place to entry 81, Blake and Thomas Huff, Pomfret Center, Connecticut. Fifth place to entry number 72, Austin Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. Sixth to entry 70, Greenbrier Acres, Frederick, Maryland. Seventh place to entry number For Class 3 yearling ewes for the National Southdown Show, our placings were first place to 97, Cole Knettle, Downs, Illinois, with Knettle 2469. Second place to 100, Hudson Fleener, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, with SM Maddox 2431. Third place to entry 98, Forsey Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky, 4 to 95, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Fifth place to 102, Olivia and Ainsley Porter, FP Livestock, Ashcombe, Illinois. Sixth place to entry 107, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. Seventh place to entry number 99, Brandon Howard, Mulhall, Oklahoma. 8 to 108, Tatum Getz, Shakopee, Minnesota. 9 to entry 92, Mackenzie Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. 10 to 106, Kimsey Shanks, Lenore City, Tennessee. 11th place to 94, Richard Hagerman, Georgetown, Kentucky. And 12 to entry 101, Lynn Lee, Campbellsport, Wisconsin.
All right, and these younger fall ewes, I really appreciate our first place. She is the more complete. She's stout, she's deep, she has a lot of volume. If you look at her, spring of rib is just excellent and lays a big loin on top of that bowl rib. She's very long through her hip, level out over her dock. Just exactly what I was looking for in this class. The next ewe gives up just a little bit of that boldness of rib, and I'd like to see her just a little leveler and fuller out over the dock, but she is the next most maternal and high volume female, so she's going to place second. Our third place has a very nice leg on her, but she's a little bit tight in the rear flank. She's just a little narrower made than the two above her, and that goes even more so for the fourth place. She's just a little bit shallow bodied for me in this particular class. 4 really nice young females.
Placing on the late fall ewe lamb class for the Regional Dorper Show, first place goes to entry 93, Kellen Algar, Fredericktown, Ohio, with Uptown Farms 1429. Second place to entry 91, Rudy Beneke, Shelbyville, Kentucky, with Beneke Dorpers 0064. Third to 94, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ola, North Carolina. And fourth to entry 95, also Vivian Stephenson. Over on our Southdown side of the ring, in the pair of yearling ewe class, first place to entry 147, Forsey Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. Second to Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Third to KDK Southdowns, Richalt, Wisconsin. And fourth to Olivia and Ainsley Porter, FP Livestock, Ashcombe, Illinois.
We have 8 beautiful Dorper ewes out here for our senior championship, and they represent the breed very well. Let's put our hands together and compliment all these breeders for bringing such excellent sheep into the ring today. These are some real high quality females. People ringside may have their own particular style or preference. Today I'm getting to pick the ones that I think most nearly fit the Dorper breed and the ones that I like the best. And that would be our senior yearling. She will be your champion senior. And the reserve champion will also be a class winner. It will be from the early fall.
Senior champion ewe for the Regional Dorper Show went to our senior yearling ewe class winner, entry 51, Briar Day, Marshfield, Missouri, with Ryan Dorper's E3623. The reserve senior champion went to our early fall ewe lamb class winner, entry 75, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch 5856. Now ready for January ewe lambs.
All right, starting with these lambs, I just really think I find a special one here in first place. Start with her nose. Her head is beautiful. Her neck is long and comes straight up out of the shoulders. Very feminine the way that's all put together. Her legs are far enough back to give her a little bit of chest, yet they're refined, very smooth through the shoulder and neck. I love her length of side, but the thing I like best about her, because that's my pet peeve in all of these sheep, is how much muscle she carries down her top and through the leg, and she is by far the best muscle female in the class today. I just really appreciate the way all the parts fit together. She's very symmetrical and very smooth. Our second ewe is the biggest and stoutest ewe, the most body capacity, the most length of side. The parts are not quite as smooth. She's not as level out over her dock, but there's so much to appreciate about her. She has a tremendous potential as a Dorper female. I really like her. The next ewe is very pretty, head, neck, shoulders, all this. She just needs to be extended a little longer through her side, make her loin just a little longer. And the fourth place ewe has that length, but lacks a little bit of the muscle that we see in the first, second, and third place individuals. I'd like to level the top line on the fifth place ewe. She's very long, very extended. Just like to thicken her, widen her base, but she's still an outstanding individual.
Placing on the Southtown Early Senior Ewe Lamb class, first place to entry 153. Hudson Fleener, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, with Fleener Club Lambs 2482. Second place to 159, Brady Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin, with Bowman 24222 AF. Third place to entry 160, 4C Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky, 4 to 166, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Fifth place to entry 150, Madison Dwyer, Arco, Wisconsin, Minnesota. 6 to 151, Olivia and Ainsley Porter, FP, Livestock, Ashcombe, Illinois. Seventh place to 158, Wyatt Wiersbicky, Orick, Missouri. Eighth place to entry number 184, Abby Brown, Princeton, Indiana. 9 to entry 165, Mitchell Brown, Princeton, Indiana. 10 to 157, Jordan Ramsey, Kinsman, Ohio. 11 to 154, Dylan Klug, Kiyunki, Wisconsin. 12 to entry 152, Lynn Lee, Campbellsport, Wisconsin. 13 to 155, Katie Drum, Pleasant Valley, New York. 14 to 149, Lucas Wood, Martinsville, Indiana. And 15 to 148, Quincy Langendorfer, Columbus, Indiana. Placing on the Dorper January ewe lamb class, first to 106, Jess Vaught, Auburntown, Tennessee, with Red Barn Farm 0501. Second to 105, Lobdell Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois, with Lobdell Dorpers F 2514. Third place to 100, Briar Day, Marshfield, Missouri. 4 to 104, McKinley Settle, Mooresville, North Carolina. 5 to 99, Diane and Bill Moy, Fairfield, California. 6 to 101, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. 7 to 103, Vivian Stephenson. 8 to 102, H Livestock, Newata, Oklahoma. And ninth place
We have a big stout ute start this lamb class. I mean, she is long, she's deep, she's bold in her spring of rib. She has a big top to her. She may be carrying a little more condition than I wish a ewe this age was carrying, but that doesn't disguise the fact that she is a very feminine, long-necked individual, just a tremendous brood ewe individual. The Pretty Lamb is in second place. I mean, she catches your eye the instant she walks in the ring. You love that length of neck, the way she carries her head as she goes around the ring. She's very structurally correct, long-sided. She just lacks a little of the depth and body capacity that I'd like to see her displaying at this age. The next ewe, very similar in her kind to the second place, has the long neck, the feminine head, length of side and all. She's just not quite as strong in her top, especially out over the dock as the one that placed second, but there's nothing to be ashamed of. She's an awesome female. The next two ewes are just giving up a little size and scale and frame to the first three, but they're outstanding individuals nonetheless.
Placing on the Dorper February ewe lamb class, first place to 109, Lobdell Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois, with Lobdell Dorpers F 2518. 2 to entry 108, H Livestock, Newata, Oklahoma, with H Livestock 2514. Third to 111, Samantha and Enoch Geyer, Allensville, Kentucky. 4 to 113, Meyer Lambert, Laclede, Missouri. And 5 to 110, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina. Placing on the late senior ewe lamb class for the National Southdown Show, first place to entry 179, Ashlyn Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma, with J.K. Maddox 2458. Second place to entry number 172, Olivia and Ainsley Porter, FP Livestock, Ashcombe, Illinois, with FP Livestock 24110. Third place to entry number 182, Harper Macy, Kirkland, Indiana. 4 to 180, Tatum Getz, Shakopee, Minnesota. 5 to entry 168, Melanie Wilson, Hagerstown, Indiana. 6th place to 183, Riker Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois. 7th place to 176, Matt Scramlin, Southdowns, Holly, Michigan. 8th place to 175, McLean Musick, Camp Point, Illinois. 9 to entry number 177, Bailey Zuli, West Lafayette, Indiana. 10 to 167, Drew Carpenter, Chandlersville, Ohio. 11th place to 178, Quincy Langendorfer, Columbus, Indiana. And 12 to entry 169, Amelia Langendorfer, Columbus, Indiana. For the Southdown Show, our senior champion goes to entry number 117 out of Class 2 Yearling Ewes, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. George Brothers, 24013. The reserve champion came out of Class 3 Yearling Ewes, entry 97, Cole Knettle, Downs, Illinois, with Knettle 2469.
Okay, if you watch this class and you're judging by size, you think I've jumped all around the world because the first three are definitely not the largest, but I think they're most the ideal in their type and kind. They are put together extremely well, and they gave me a very hard decision between these three. I love these females. They're feminine, they're long, they have sufficient depth, they have adequate width, both top and bottom. And although their muscle is feminine, they have a high volume. All three of these females are excellent. Just a little more muscle in the first place and just a little more spring of rib to my first place. She wins the class. Second place is second because she's the most nearly like my first place ewe. Third place gives up a lot of size to most of the sheep in the class, but she is put together extremely well. She's feminine, she's refined, yet she has more than enough muscle to be a brood ewe anywhere. I really like her. My trouble was when I got into some bigger ewes that were a little coarser in their movement. They didn't have as long a stride moving around the ring. They had growth, they had bone, plenty of muscle and body capacity, but it wasn't put together quite as pretty a picture as I have in these first three. But an excellent set of ewes. All five of you should be extremely proud of the quality you brought into the ring today.
Placing on the Dorper March ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry 127, Rudy Binky, Shelbyville, Kentucky, with Binky Dorpers 0085. Second place to 122, Rudy Binky, Shelbyville, Kentucky, with Binky Dorpers 0076. Third place to entry number 129, Jesus Zermino, Stevenson, California. 4 to entry number 119, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. 5 to 123, Lobdell Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois. 6 to entry 114, H Livestock, Nowata, Oklahoma. 7th to 131, Jesus Zermino, Stevenson, California. 8th place to 126, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. 9, 128, Rudy Beneke, Shelbyville, Kentucky. 10 to 116, Joash, Samantha, and Enoch Geyer, Allensville, Kentucky. 11 to 115, Joash, Samantha, and Enoch Geyer, Allensville, Kentucky. 12th place to 134, Greenbrier Acres, Frederick, Maryland. Placing on the Dorper pair of ewe lambs, first place to 137, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Second to Narrowgate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee. Third to Lobdell Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois. And 4 to Joash, Samantha, and Enoch Geyer, Allensville, Kentucky.
beautiful set of ewes out here to compete for our junior champion. Uh, I've already talked about them and told the great points that I've noticed about each of these in class, so I won't bore you with a lot of words. If you heard me in class, you probably already have it figured out how I intend to place them. Quite honestly, I see no way for any of them to get around our January. She will be your champion. And now that we've got the paperwork, I probably bragged too much already, but you can already tell I really appreciate the march, and she will be our reserve.
Junior champion ewe for the Dorper Show goes to 106 out of the January ewe lamb class. Jess Fought, Auburntown, Tennessee, with Red Barn Farm 0501. The reserve junior champion to 127 out of the March and later ewe lamb class. Rudy Beneke, Shelbyville, Kentucky, with Beneke Dorpers 0085.
It's a lot of fun to judge when you have so many great sheep. And if you'll look out here at the championship drive of these Dorper ewes, I think we have two peas in the same pod, just a different age for our contending for champion, and they're both very excellent females. You can brag about each one. They are very boldly muscled for females. The power advantage might go to the senior champion. The length of side might go to the junior champion. The length of neck might go to her. The boldness and power and spring of rib and body capacity of the senior. So there's a tremendous amount of things we could talk forever about these. Comes down to my personal opinion. And today the grand champion of our Dorper show will be the senior champion. And the reserve, of course, will be the junior champion.
For the regional Dorper show, our grand champion ewe was the senior champion ewe. Entry number 51 out of the senior yearling ewe class, Briar Day, Marshfield, Missouri, with Ryan Dorper's E3623. The reserve grand champion ewe was our junior champion ewe. Out of the January ewe lamb class, 106 on the entry, Jess Vaught, Auburntown, Tennessee, Red Barn Farm 0501. Now ready for the flock class. Placing on the early January ewe lamb class for the South Downs, first place goes to entry 192, Gavin Foff, Norwalk, Wisconsin, with Schrock 2542. Second place to 191, Larkin Miller, Dry Ridge, Kentucky, with Longenecker, CH1001. Third place to entry number 204, Scout Ingram, Pulaski, Tennessee. 4 to 209, Cole Knettle, Downs, Illinois. Fifth place to 202, KDK South Downs, Richalt, Wisconsin. Sixth place to entry 188, John Crowder, Sheridan, Indiana. 7 to entry 211, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Eighth place to 206, Sarah Dwyer, Arco, Minnesota. 9 to entry 201, Braden Buckland, Warren, Indiana. 10 to entry number 190, Forsey South Downs, Owenton, Kentucky. 11th place to 210, William and Emily Wilds, Wellington, Connecticut. 12th place to entry 309, Bella Gibson, Mineral, Virginia. 13 to 194, Creekside South Downs, Versailles, Ohio. 14 to 198, Talina Spricker, Macomb, Illinois. And 15 to 196, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. For our Dorpers in the Dorper Flock, winner of the Dorper Flock class and also premier exhibitor of the Dorper Show is Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Second in the flock, Narrow Gate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee. Placing on the late January ewe lamb class for the South Downs. First place to 185, Brindley Kreitz, Kmart, Maryland, with Oldenburg 25013. 2 to entry 214, Claire Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois, with Harris, Darla 25026. Third to 219, Shaylee Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma. Fourth place to 230, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Fifth place to entry number 215, Tatum Getz, Shakopee, Minnesota. Sixth place to 229, Forsey South Downs, Owenton, Kentucky. Seventh place to 308, Leland Ging, Rushville, Indiana. 8 to 231, Sarah Wilson, Dansville, New York. 9 to 228, William and Emily Wilds, Willington, Connecticut. 10th place to 224, Gracie Schultz, Flag Pond, Tennessee. 11 to 220, Hayden Taylor, Arlington, Wisconsin. 12th place to 186, Blake Buckland, Warren, Indiana. 13 to 223, Lucas Wood, Martinsville, Indiana. 14 to 226, Rylan Schreiner, Middletown, Illinois. And 15 to 221, Braden Buckland, Warren, Indiana.
We've been blessed to see some really big, powerful rams to start the White Dorper Ram Show today, and I really appreciate these five in the ring here today. We're starting with a ram that, while he has as much or more power than any other ram in the class, also has it in a very smooth package. He's leveler out over his dock. He moves a little smoother and freer and easier off those rear legs, and I just really appreciate the total style, the way he's put together. A very powerful ram in second place. Would like to make his top line a little more level, a little more uniform to compete with first, but he's got a lot to offer. Big, powerful ram with a stout spring of rib, tremendous top in him, and a lot of power in those rear legs. The next ram follows very much the type of second place, just doesn't have quite the rear end that the number 2 does. He needs just a little bigger set of wheels on the rear end to compete to be second. Our fourth place ram, he gets a little smaller by comparison to his front end than we'd like to be as balanced as the first 3. And the fifth place ram, very deep, very little more condition, which makes him look a little looser on the front end than he probably is. But tremendous set of rams to start this show.
Placing on the White Dorper Yearling Ram class, first place to 159, Ron and Holly Waldron, East Star Livestock, St. Paris, Ohio, East Star Livestock 24-21. Second place to entry 157, Wealthy Dorpers, S Bar T Livestock, Evansville, Indiana, with S Bar T Livestock 2055 BK. Third to 156, Wealthy Dorpers, S Bar T Livestock, Evansville, Indiana. Fourth place to 149, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ola, North Carolina. Fifth place to 151, Kaylin Seagraves, Salam Springs, Arkansas. Sixth place to 150, Hunter Stanville, Salon Springs, Arkansas. 7 to 154, Diane and Bill Moy, Fairfield, California. Eighth place to 153, Alfred McDaniel, Thorndale, Texas. Placing on the early February class of ewe lambs for the South Downs, first place goes to entry number 240, Drew George, Niles, Michigan, with George Brothers, 25 35. Second place to entry 250, Brinley Kreitz, Kmar, Maryland, with Oldenburg, 25024. Third place to 236, 4C South Downs, Owenton, Kentucky, 4 to 235, Melanie Wilson, Hagerstown, Indiana. Fifth place to 232, Aubrey Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin. Sixth place to 246, Hannah Schultz, Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. 7 to 244, 4C South Downs, Owenton, Kentucky. Eighth place to 237, Brock True, Ochi, Tennessee. 9 to entry number 248, Braden Buckland, Warren, Indiana. 10 to 241, A&M Ranch, Mark and Amy Johnson, Sandwich, Illinois. 11 to 233, Brandon Howard, Mulhall, Oklahoma. 12th to 245, McLean Music, Camp Point, Illinois. And 13 to 234, Richard Hagerman, Georgetown, Kentucky.
Still seeing a lot of power in these young white Dorper rams, a lot to appreciate in my first place ram. He has as much or more muscle than any ram in the class, and yet he puts it together in a very smooth, level top design. I like the way he moved around the ring, very free and easy. He's structurally correct, wide based, and yet he shows that head and neck that just really gives you some eye appeal, the way that neck comes up out of the shoulders and carries his head proud. But most especially to me, I appreciate him as I view him from behind. Second place also benefits from looking at him from behind. Just very powerful, especially in the lower part of his leg. A lot of base width to him. Didn't always move as smooth, but I think that was him fighting the halter more than anything. Just a very deep-bodied, high-capacity kind of ram I really appreciate. The next two rams give up a little frame size, give up a little smoothness to the top. But man, the bone and the muscle they have from end to end, it's pretty awesome. I like all 5 of these for that reason.
Placing on the white Dorper Fall Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 162, Chris Bailey, Bailey Ridge Farm 0043. He is from Palatine Bridge, New York. Second place to 160, MB Genetics and Ruffin Ranch, Alexandria, South Dakota, with Rocking R 2482. Third place to 164, Hunter Stanfill, Salam Springs, Arkansas. Fourth place to 170, L&K Sheep Company, Dunkirk, Ohio. Fifth to 171, Kalen Seagraves, Salam Springs, Arkansas. Sixth place to 167, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina. 7 to 165, Alfred McDaniel, Thorndale, Texas. Eighth place to 163, Welty Dorpers, Evansville, Indiana. 9 to 169, Mace Lambert, Laclede, Missouri. 10 to 168, Ron and Holly Waldron, East Star Livestock, St. Paris, Ohio. 11 to 172, Ron and Holly Waldron, East Star Livestock. And 12 to 166, William Deering, Frazeysburg, Ohio.
A lot of good things to appreciate in these 4 rams. I'm sure each person around the ring sees the things that they need in their flock or that they most appreciate in rams. As I look at these 2 first place winners today, I see a lot of good to contribute to the Dorper breed. I've talked about them in class so much already, but I just really appreciate the overall volume and power of muscle in our older ram here. I appreciate the smoothness and the design, the balance and symmetry I see in the younger one. Both of those have a lot to contribute. For the champion of this older age division, it will be the senior. Give him his chance.
Another nice set of lambs here. I think we got one to start off with that's just ultra stylish, one that's really unvetted and feminine. I think one that for her day and age, she's
In our White Dorper show, our senior champion went to entry 159 out of the yearling ram class. Ron and Holly Waldron, East Star Livestock, St. Paris, Ohio, with East Star Livestock 24-21. The reserve senior champion was second in that yearling ram class. Welty Dorpers, Espartee Livestock, Evansville, Indiana, with Espartee Livestock 20-55. Placing on the late February ewe lamb class for the South Downs, first place to 253, Brady Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin, with Diamond Howard 5019. Second place to 274, William and Emily Wilds, Wellington, Connecticut, with Wilds 2512. Third place to entry number 251, Addison True, Ochi, Tennessee, with Howe Farms 2512. Fourth place to 266, Forsey South Downs, Owenton, Kentucky. Fifth place to entry number 252, KDK South Downs, Richalt, Wisconsin. Sixth place to 278, Caden Lake, Norwich, Ohio. 7 to 279, Forsey South Downs, Owenton, Kentucky. Eighth place to entry 254, Brandon Howard, Mulhall, Oklahoma. 9 to 269, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois. 10th place to 271, Scramlin South Downs, Matt Scramlin, Holly, Michigan. 11 to entry number 258, Hannah Schultz, Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. 12th place to entry 273, Lila Schreiner, Middletown, Illinois. 13 to 256, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. 14 to 263, Wyatt Wiersbicki, Orick, Missouri. And 15 to 262, Blake Buckland, Warren, Indiana.
If you question me on this class, that's all right. Once you get your hands on them, you get a little more confused. I'm starting with the ram, who is the smallest of my top 5, the straightest tracking, the freest, easiest moving, the longest strided. And when you get your hands on him, he has as large or larger loin than any of the others, just on a smaller frame size. But he's so smooth. He's put together so well. There's no coarseness about him. Holds that head and neck up, very proud, very elegant. Would be a great ram or ewe producer. I really like it so much about this ram, in spite of the fact that all the others are larger and have a growth advantage. The next ram is the big powerhouse of the class, big and stout, carries his head a little lower than I would like on the move and not quite as fluid in his motion, but a great spring of rib, a lot of body capacity, and an extremely long hip. The next 3 rams are very similar in their kind in that we'd like to level them over the dock, make them have just a little longer hip. But in other regards, they're very powerful in their muscle. They have a huge amount of spring of rib and body volume, a lot to be appreciated about all 3 of them, just not quite as smooth a package as we get in our first and our second place rams.
Placing on the White Dorper Winter Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 25, H Livestock, Nowata, Oklahoma, with 4C Dorpers, 230. Second place to 177, Chris Bailey, Palatine Bridge, New York, with Bailey Ridge Farm, 0090. Third to 181, Welty Dorpers, Espartee Livestock, Evansville, Indiana. 4 to 175, Jess Vaught, Auburn, Tennessee. 5th to 183, Welty Dorpers, Espartee Livestock, Evansville, Indiana. 6 to 176, Logan Deering, Frazeysburg, Ohio. And 7 to 182, Narrow Gate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee. Kristen Swihart. Kristen Swihart from Ohio. We have a cell phone at the show ring desk that you need to pick up.
in our our white Dorper Rams here, where there's just a lot to appreciate in each of the top 5. The first place puts it all together for me. He has the biggest loin. As I put my hand on him, he has just the right amount of condition to look smooth and elegant. He's extremely long-sided, very leveled out over his dock, and I appreciate the way he moved around the ring. He's very stout on that big bone. The second place more nearly follows my first place. Not quite as smooth and level out his top, but he is still the second smoothest and most powerful down his top that we have in the class. I appreciate him for the lower leg he shows me and the boldness and depth that he has to his rib. Just a lot to admire in this ram, and he definitely carries that head high, neck coming out of his shoulders the way we really like. I go down to the third place. This ram's very similar. From the side view, you get to looking behind him, and he's not quite as wide at the pins. He tapers just a little bit back there. Doesn't have quite as much muscle as I see in my first and second place, and his bone shows me a little more refinement, but still a tremendously smooth, elegant ram. Our fourth and fifth place rams both have, for me, a problem in that they tend to slope a little more over the dock than I would prefer. They have a lot of power in the lower leg, but it just makes them look a little off balance in the rear end as you watch them move around the ring. But they are very outstanding white Dorper rams. Excellent class, guys.
Placing on the early March ewe lamb class for the Southdowns. First place to 282, Forsey Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky, with Forsey E 25-153. Second place to entry 297, A&M Ranch, Mark and Amy Johnson, Sandwich, Illinois, with A&M 5-278. Third to 301, Ashland Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma. Fourth to 291, Larkin Miller, Dry Ridge, Kentucky. 5 to entry number 299, KDK Southdowns, Richalt, Wisconsin. Sixth place to entry number 289, John Crowder, Sheridan, Indiana. 7 to 293, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. 8 to 303, Olivia and Ainsley Porter, FP Livestock, Ashcombe, Illinois. Ninth place to entry number 296, Tatum Getz, Shakopee, Minnesota. 10th place to 300, Brandon Howard, Mulhall, Oklahoma. 11 to 298, Ella Roser, New Knoxville, Ohio. 12th place to entry number 307, Rose Davies, Murray, Iowa. 13 to 304, Hannah Schultz, Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. 14 to entry number 292, Megan Sowers, Fostoria, Ohio. And 15 to 283, A&M Ranch, Mark and Amy Johnson, Sandwich, Illinois. Placing on the class of white Dorper Spring Ram Lambs. First place to entry number 189, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch, 6988. H. 2 to 188, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch, 6985H. Third to 194, Chris Bailey, Palatine Bridge, New York. 4 to 193, Chris Bailey, Palatine Bridge, New York. 5th to 191, Welty Dorpers, Evansville, Indiana. 6 to 190, Alfred McDaniel, Thorndale, Texas. And 7 to 185, Hannah Hewitt, Forney, Texas. Placing on the pair of Ram Lambs for the White Dorpers, first to Chris Bailey, Palatine Bridge, New York. Second to Welty Dorpers, Evansville, Indiana. Third, Alfred McDaniel, Thorndale, Texas. And 4 to Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina.
We're going to make the younger or the junior championship here a little short and sweet. We're going with the winner of the youngest class. I think I've already described how I appreciate the way he puts it all together and real nice and smooth. Yet he has a lot of power to him, a lot of bone, and he moved around the ring extremely well. He will be the champion of the younger or the junior division. The first place up here will be our reserve. He is smoother and more symmetrical, balanced than the second place from either of those classes. He did give up a little size in class, but just a tremendously smooth package with a lot of good things about him we appreciate, and therefore he'll be reserved.
In our White Dorper show, our junior champion our junior champion Ram was 189. Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina, with Lazy 5 Ranch, 6988H. And our reserve came from the Winter Ram Lamb class, entry number 25, H Livestock, Newada, Oklahoma, with 4C Dorpers, 230. For the late March ewe lamb class of the South Downs, first place to 320, Shaylee Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma, with A.J. Maddox 2550. Second place to 313, Drew George, Niles, Michigan, with Liggett Livestock 25-06. Third to 312, Aubrey Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin. 4 to 319, Cole Canettle, Downs, Illinois. 5 to entry 314, Brandon Howard, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Sixth place to 317, Brindley Kreitz, Kmart, Maryland. 7 to 315, Forsey South Downs, Owenton, Kentucky. 8 to 321, Olivia and Ainsley Porter, FP Livestock, Ashcombe, Illinois. 9 to 322, Brady Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin. 10 to 318, Harper Macy, Kirkland, Indiana. And 11 to 316, KDK South Downs, Richalt, Wisconsin.
Always got to wait a little while for that, don't I? The champion drive here is especially sweet because there's such tremendous animals in it. We have a great deal of age difference in these rams, but they're all tremendous in their own right as you evaluate them. The power of the senior champion, the smoothness and levelness of top, and the base width that he shows from end to end, just a tremendous individual. As I look at the champion junior, an extremely long and smooth, well put together individual that walks freer and easier than you could expect from one this heavy for that age. Just really outstanding. The second place senior, tremendous power horse. I mean, he's got muscle everywhere, tremendous amount of volume about the ram, just a lot to admire about him, his bone, and yet he moved remarkably well for that much power and that much size. And then, of course, the ultra smooth, the ultra balanced and symmetrical and easy moving second or reserve junior, just four tremendous individuals, all slightly different in their own right, and a lot to be admired by whoever is watching them. We admire our champion senior so much that it will be the grand champion today. If you'll, yeah. And our reserve will also go to the senior division, the reserve senior champion.
Grand champion ram for the White Dorper show goes to entry 159, our senior champion ram out of the yearling ram class. Ron and Holly Waldron East Star Livestock, St. Paris, Ohio, with East Star Livestock 2421. Reserve Grand Champion to our second place yearling ram, our Reserve Senior Ram, Welty Dorpers, S. Bar T Livestock, Evansville, Indiana, S. Bar T Livestock 2055. Placing on the Southdown pair of ewe lamb class, first place goes to Shaylee Maddox of Thomas, Oklahoma. Second place to Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Third, Brinley Kreitz, Kmar, Maryland. Fourth place, Forsey Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. Fifth, Ashlyn Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma. Sixth place to KDK Southdowns, Richalt, Wisconsin. 7 to Tatum Getz, Shakopee, Minnesota. 8, 338, Olivia and Ainsley Porter, FP Livestock, Ashcombe, Illinois. 9 to William and Emily Wilds. 10, Katie Drum, Pleasant Valley, New York. 11, Drew Carpenter, Chandlersville, Ohio. Junior Champion U for your National Southdown show goes to entry 320 out of the late March ULAM class, Shaylee Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma, with AJ Maddox 2550. The reserve champion for the junior division is 240 out of the early February ULAM class, Drew George, Niles, Michigan, George Brothers 2535. Grand champion ewe for the National Southdown Show this year is entry 320. 320 is our junior champion and came out of our late March and later ewe lamb class. Shaylee Maddox, Thomas, Oklahoma. AJ Maddox, 2550. The reserve grand champion was our senior champion out of class 2 of our yearling ewes. Drew George, Niles, Michigan. George Brothers, 24013, our senior champion.
Tremendous set of ewes, extremely large class, and the quality went all the way down the line. Very honored to get to work with these ewes. As you look at the one I placed first, she just puts it all together for me. She's just right in her condition today. She has length of side, depth of body, spring of rib, tremendous amount of muscle, and yet she carries it all in a very feminine package. She won the class walking around the ring. She travels so easy and just everything fits as she moves, just really catches your eye. After that, it's where do we go? My second place ewe's carrying more condition than I would like today, but she has the things I want under that condition. Big, powerful spring of rib with a large loin laid in, extremely long hip. She's got a lot to offer, just tremendous. The next three ewes are similar in that I'd like to lengthen their hip just a little bit compared to the rest of their body, but they are so elegant, so feminine, so high body capacity that you just have to love all three of them. The third place ewe, very smooth, very straight, and that's what moves her up to third. She carries that head and neck just the way we like. She poses very well from the side profile. Like I said, just a touch longer in that hip and she'd be dynamite. The fourth place ewe, very similar in the front end and the body. She gets a little sloped over the dock more than we would like, and that makes her hip look a little shorter to compete with above her. Of course, she beat about 14 already in the class, so she is an excellent individual. I'm not complaining. Same way with the one in fifth place. If you look at her, she is what a Dorper female looks like. Just very feminine head and neck to appreciate. Very smooth in the front end. Her shoulders are placed just where they're supposed to be. A lot of body capacity. Just didn't have quite the power out over that dock to place higher in this class, but yet she's an awesome female.
For the South Downs, our best breed character ewe goes to entry number 191 from the early January ewe lamb class, Larkin Miller, Dry Ridge, Kentucky, with Longenecker CH1001. Placing on the Southdown Flock class, first place to Drew George, Niles, Michigan. Second place and winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award for the National Southdown Show is Forsey Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. Third place in the flock class to KDK Southdowns. That does conclude our National Southdown Show for the day. Our judge was Joel Parker from Indiana. Placing on the White Dorper Senior Yearling U Class, first place to entry 50, Tracy Denninger, Washington Courthouse, Ohio, with 1325. Second place to entry 218, Chris Bailey, Palatine Bridge, New York, with High Joe Dorpers 1622. Third to 215, Mace Lambert, Laclede, Missouri. Fourth place to entry 204, L&K Sheep Company, Dunkirk, Ohio. 5 to 206, L&K Sheep Company. Sixth place to 211, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. 7 to 210, Welty Dorpers, Evansville, Indiana. Eighth place to 219, Ron and Holly Waldron, East Star Livestock, St. Paris, Ohio. 9 to 220, Diane and Bill Moy, Fairfield, California. 10 to 216, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. 11 to entry 213, Chris Bailey, Palatine Bridge, New York. 14th to 207, Ron and Holly Waldron, East Star Livestock, St. Paris, Ohio. 15th to 221, Kaylin Seagraves, Salam Springs, Arkansas.
Very pleased with the ewe that starts this class today. If you look at her, she's long, she's feminine. You appreciate her head and neck and the way her shoulders blend into that neck. Her front legs are placed just right, not to be too far forward, not too far back, as though they fit under the front of her body. And from there back, she is volume. Volume of body capacity, big bold spring to her ribs, and volume of muscle down her top. Very level outer dock, and she is very full in that leg. She is feminine with all the power that a female should have in the white Dorper breed. She is very pleasing to look at. The next ewe, very similar in her kind, just gives up a lot of frame size, but she is built on the same pattern. She moves around the ring very free and easy. Feet and legs are not a problem for her. You have to appreciate the amount of body volume and the muscle volume she has, and it's all in a very feminine package. We really like her. The next ewes at a disadvantage. She's a little bit under conditioned for the other sheep in this class, but she's carrying a guarantee of motherhood, and if you analyze her skeleton, she's got the right skeleton. She has more muscle than you would think when you look at her from a distance when you place your hands on her. She is carrying less condition, and therefore that puts her at a disadvantage, and therefore she's third. The next ewe has the opposite problem. She's carrying a little more condition than I would like, especially around the tail head, and she slopes a little bit over the top of that dock to compete with the ones above her. The next ewe, another very elegant, pretty female. Look at the neck, the head, the shoulders, the way they all blend. Very long-sided. She just doesn't have the base width and the total volume that the ewes above her, but she is very feminine, very elegant, very reproductively constructed. We appreciate her a great deal. Excellent set of ewes.
Placing on the white Dorper Junior Yearling U class, first place goes to entry 227, Narrow Gate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee. Narrow Gate Farm 876. 72nd place to 230, Alex Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana, with Welty Dorpers 0061. Third place to 228, Narrow Gate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee. Fourth place to 226, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina. Fifth to 224, H Livestock, Nowata, Oklahoma. Sixth place to 231, Bill and Diane Moe, Fairfield, California. 7 to 233, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina. 8 to 229, Welty Dorpers, Evansville, Indiana. 9 to 232, Virginia Gordon, Gravel Switch, Kentucky. 10 to 222, Welty Dorpers, Evansville, Indiana. 11 to 223, Alfred McDaniel, Thorndale, Texas. And 12 to 225, Hannah Hewitt, Forney, Texas. Placing on the White Dorper pair of yearling U class, first to 235, Narrow Gate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee. Second to 236, L&K Livestock or Sheep Company, Dunkirk, Ohio. Third to 240, Welty Dorpers, Evansville, Indiana. 4 to 238, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina. 5, Chris Bailey, New Palatine, New York. Palatine Bridge, New York. 6 to 237, Ron and Holly Waldron, East Star Livestock, St. Paris, Ohio. And 7th place to 239, Bill and Diane Moy, Fairfield, California. Placing on the Border Cheviot Yearling Ram class for your National Border Cheviot Show. First place to entry 5, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana, with Blackacre Red 10. Second place to entry 4, second place to Caitlin Von Barron, Stewartson, Illinois, with Rinker 2723 Landman. Third place to entry 3, Sarah Powell, Watertown, Tennessee. And 4 to entry 2, Maddie Smith, Sumerco, West Virginia.
Some really nice ewes in this early fall class. I think we have an easy one to pick. She's kind of dominated the class from the moment she walked in the ring. She flows across these green shavings, very smooth from end to end. I appreciate the total body capacity, but it's all in a feminine package. She moves so free and easy, very long in the hip, has more than adequate muscle without being coarse or rough. Just a beautiful package for a ewe. The next two ewes give me a little trouble. The one that more nearly follows that smooth, easy package, I moved to third because I just have more ewe, more length of side, more size and scale, more body capacity. It may be just a little less smoothly put together, but our second place ewe deserves being in second because of her total capacity for this young an age. I've already described how well designed our third place is. Just gives up a little size over the two above her, but she is an outstanding individual. Fourth place, very long, a lot of body capacity, very feminine. To place higher, she'd have to be just a tick longer in that hip and a little leveler over the dock, but she's still an outstanding individual. And we have the same thing with number 5. She's given up a little size to the first two in the class, and she slopes just a touch over that dock, but she has a lot of lower leg and a lot of spring of rib that you have to admire about her. Excellent class of white Dorper ewes.
Do want to introduce our Cheviot judge for the National Cheviot Show. It's Randy Wilt from Savannah, Missouri. Randy is the sales rep for International Paper. At home, they've been breeders of Border Cheviots and Suffolks for the last 50 years. Currently, they raise standard bred racers. They own 50 horses for either breeding or racing, and they competed in 6 different states just this year. Let's welcome Randy Wilt to your National Cheviot Show. Placing on the White Dorper Early Fall Ewe Lamb class, first place goes to entry 107, Tracy Denninger, Washington Courthouse, Ohio, with number 1385. Second place to 248, Hunter Stanfill, Siloam Springs, Arkansas, with Coyote Creek Farms 24106. 3 to 250, Narrowgate Farms, Smithville, Tennessee. 4 to 245, Sally Everhart, Carlisle, Indiana. 5 to 249, L&K Sheep Company, Dunkirk, Ohio. 6 to 251, Ron and Holly Waldron, East Star Livestock, St. Paris, Ohio. 7th place to 242, Ron and Holly Waldron, East Star Livestock. 8th place to entry 247, L&K Sheep Company, Dunkirk, Ohio. 9 to 241, Alfred McDaniel, Thorndale, Texas. 10 to 243, Virginia Gordon, Gravel Switch, Kentucky. And 11 to 244, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Placing on the senior Ram class for the Borders Chevy, its first place goes to entry 007, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewartson, Illinois, with Rinker 2780. Second place to entry 6, Bridget Eldridge, Winters, California, with Spildy 6270. For the Border Cheviot Show, our senior champion goes to entry 5, the yearling Ram, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana, Blackacre Red 10. The reserve senior champion was first in the senior Ram class, entry 7, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewartson, Illinois, with Rinker 2780.
If you enjoy judging shows, this is one of those classes that really confuses you and really upsets you. Size becomes almost irrelevant. You have to look for quality, and that's what I tried to do with this particular class. Our first place ewe is nowhere near the biggest, nowhere near the heaviest bone, but she is the quality. She is put together very smooth, she's balanced, she's feminine, tremendously long neck, holds that head well, and I love the way she traveled around the ring. As you notice, I'm very into how they walk because these animals are going to be walking a lot of pastures most of their life. And she gets it done with more than enough muscle to be a good white Dorper female. I really like her. Having said that, the next two or three are much larger than her. The next ewe, very stout, very big in her kind, just not quite as smooth, not as long in the hip and level over the dock as I would like for her to be to compete with our first place, but yet she has that volume, a long neck, very feminine, and she too moves around the ring very well. My third place individual, I appreciate the muscle that she possesses. She's feminine about her neck for her kind, although she's a bit compact in size compared to some of the others, but you have to really love her for her power. I would like to make her move around the ring a little smoother and easier, and I'd like to make her a little longer in the hip and level her over the dock. The next female is the female. A lot of body capacity, a lot of length of side, a lot of size, shadow, call it what you will, extremely long neck. She just lacks the muscle that we see in the ones, the three ahead of her. But she gets there because of her growth and her kind. The fifth place ewe is the one that gave me the most trouble. She is the prettiest package in the ring. She came in moving smooth and easy. You love the amount of muscle volume she has. I think that her frame size is just a little small to compete with the four that I placed above her, but I do admire her for being a very smooth, symmetrical, well-balanced, ideal appearing white Dorper. Very tough class to judge because there were some excellent sheep of very different kinds.
Placing on the class of late fall ewe lambs for the White Dorpers, first place to entry 260, Mace Lambert, Laclede, Missouri, with Uptown, 1049. Second place to 259, Chris Bailey, Bailey Ridge Farm, Palatine Bridge, New York, with Bailey Ridge Farm, 0044. Third place to 254, Wealthy Dorpers, SBRT Livestock, Evansville, Indiana. 4 to 255, L&K Sheep Company, Dunkirk, Ohio. 5 to 253, MB Genetics and Ruffin Ranch, Alexandria, South Dakota. Sixth place to 256, Chris Bailey, Palatine Bridge, New York. 7 to 257, Wealthy Dorpers, SBRT Livestock, Evansville, Indiana. 8 to 258, Narrow Gate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee. 9 to 252, H Livestock, Newata, Oklahoma.
All right, on our senior division championship of our white dorpers, we have 8 beautiful ewes out here. Each one of them deserves to be here. They are outstanding in so many ways. I've discussed them all in class. I will say that I have to admire the depth of heart girth, the total volume, and the smoothness and balance that I see in our senior yearling, so she will be the champion of the senior division. The reserve will be the junior yearling.
For the white dorper, our senior champion goes to entry number 50. Our senior yearling U class winner, Tracy Denninger, Washington Courthouse, Ohio, with 1325. The reserve senior champion was entry number 50. Was entry number 227. Our junior yearling ewe, Narrowgate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee, with Narrowgate Farm 876. Placing on the January Ram Lamb class for the Border Cheviots. First place to entry 15, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana, with Blackacre Purple 135. Second place to entry 13, Bridget Eldridge, Winters, California, with Allen 247, Payback. Third place to 14, John and Judy Moore, Eagle, Michigan. Fourth to 12, Brooke Mazepink, Cochranville, Pennsylvania. And 5 to 11, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. Placing on the February Ram Lamb class for the Border Chevy, its first place goes to entry 16, Brooke Mazepink from Cochranville, Pennsylvania, with Snowcap 2516. Second place to entry 18, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania, with Diamond C 0749. And third to entry 17, Sarah Wilson, Dansville, New York.
Really smooth, feminine individual to start this class with. I appreciate her from Indiana. All the parts fit very smoothly. I appreciate that head and neck, the way she carries it, not just while she's set up, but as she walks. She walks very well on her front end, very refined and smooth, and her shoulders blend back into a very bold and deep rib cage. I especially appreciate her length of hip and how her top line is so level and smooth and straight out over the dock. She's just very well balanced, and she's wide based. A lot to appreciate here. Our second place ewe is extremely long, a lot of body volume. She's just not quite as stout, not as wide based as first place, but she's a very feminine individual and a lot to appreciate about her. Third place is made very similar in pattern, just not quite as powerful down her top as our second place individual. The third and fourth place individuals, they show more power, but not quite as level and smooth out their top, not quite as feminine as we see in the first three ewes in the class, but they're still very outstanding individuals. A lot to appreciate about that power, that feminine power that they display.
Placing on the White Dorper January ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry number 264, Briar Day, Marshfield, Missouri, with Day Livestock LLC 965. Second place to 268, Ron and Holly Waldron, East Star Livestock, St. Paris, Ohio, with East Star Livestock 2533. Third place to 267, Ron and Holly Waldron, East Star Livestock, with East Star Livestock 2532. Fourth place to 269, Wealthy Dorpers, Evansville, Indiana, 5 to 266, Jess Vaught, Auburntown, Tennessee. Sixth place, Diane and Bill Moy, Fairfield, California, 7 to 263, Virginia Gordon, Gravel Switch, Kentucky, and 8 to 271, L&K Sheep Company, Dunkirk, Ohio.
All right, we're starting this class of females with a ewe that gives up a significant amount of frame size, but probably no pounds to the second and third place individuals in the class. She is powerfully made, boldly sprung, deep. You can brag about her loin, which is the largest one that I felt in this class. Definitely has the most leg, and she is refined and feminine about her front end. I like to watch her travel around the ring. She's structurally correct in her movement and free and easy going. The next two ewes are bigger framed, longer sided, total shadow is much bigger, but they just don't put the package together with as much muscle, as with much smoothness to their top line as I would like to see them have for this size female. Excellent females, but not quite the smooth package I have for first. When we get to the fourth individual, she is a little smaller in scale than the second and third, and doesn't have quite the muscle volume that I saw in my first place. Very feminine about her head and neck, a lot to be appreciated about her, just not quite the power that we have further up in the class. The fifth place female, excellent profile. She's just a little narrow made as you stand behind her or in front of her, but still a very nice ewe.
Placing on the White Dorper February ewe lamb class, first place to entry 278, William Deering, Frazeysburg, Ohio, with Deering Farms 2522. Second place to 275, Ron and Holly Waldron, East Star Livestock, St. Paris, Ohio, with East Star Livestock 2536. Third place to 276, Ron and Holly Waldron, East Star Livestock. Fourth place to 273, Virginia Gordon, Gravel Switch, Kentucky. Fifth place to entry number 272, L&K Sheep Company, Dunkirk, Ohio. Placing on the March and later born Ram Lamb class for the Border Cheviots, first place to 23, Bridget Eldridge, Winters, California, with Eldridge 5C25. Second place to 21, Brooke Mazepink, Cochranville, Pennsylvania, with Snowcap 2520. Third place to 26, Mark and Joe Bernard, New Richland, Minnesota. 4 to 20, Bridget Eldridge, Winters, California. 5 to 27, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewartson, Illinois. 6 to 24, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. 7-22, Linda Cook, Muncie, Indiana, and 8-19, Hannah Hewitt, Forney, Texas. Placing on the Slickshorn Ram Lamb class for the Border Chevy. It's first place to entry 28, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewartson, Illinois, with Rinker 2797. Second place to entry 29, also Caitlin Von Barron, Stewartson, Illinois, with Rinker 2793.
In our white Dorper ewes, I have a ewe to start with that I think puts it all together very well. She shows me size, growth, significant amount of bone and muscle throughout, a lot of body capacity. She's just very balanced, very symmetrical. I appreciate her a lot. Second place follows her, a little coarser on the front than I would like to compete with the first place, but she's very similar in her type and kind, so she will be second. Third and fourth place was one of my toughest decisions. I had more muscle in the third place, and therefore I went there. She was not as smooth over her top line as our fourth place, and probably not quite as long in her neck. So I had a real tough decision between third and fourth place. Fifth place fits the type and kind of third and four. She's just not quite as smooth, not as long-necked as them, but very similar in kind. So this is a very close 3, 4, and 5 placing.
For our Border Cheviot show, our junior champion went to the first place January Ram Lamb, Arabella Clifton. Greenfield, Indiana with Blackacre Purple, 135. The reserve junior champion came from the March and later born class, entry 23, Bridget Eldridge, Winters, California, with Eldridge, 5C25. Placing on the March and later born class of white Dorper ewe lambs, first place went to 285, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Alna, New York or North Carolina, with Lazy Five Ranch 6987H. Second to 286, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Alla, North Carolina, with Lazy Five Ranch 6986H. Third place to entry number 284, Welty Dorpers, S. Bar T Livestock, Evansville, Indiana. Fourth place to 288, Welty Dorpers, Evansville, Indiana. 5 to 287, Welty Dorpers, S. Bar T Livestock, Evansville, Indiana. Sixth place to 280, Jesus Zermino, Stevenson, California. Seventh place to Chris Bailey, Palatine Bridge, New York. Eighth place also to Chris Bailey, Palatine Bridge, New York. 9 to 289, Ella Wilkins, St. Paris, Ohio. 10 to 281, Gray Hampton, Mount Olla, North Carolina. 11 to 279, Alfred McDaniel, Thorndale, Texas. And 12 to 283, Hannah Hewitt, Forney, Texas. Placing on the pair of ram lambs for the Border Cheviots, first place to Brooke Mazepink, Cochranville, Pennsylvania. Second to 35, Bridget Eldridge, Winters, California. Third, Caitlin Von Behrens, Stewartson, Illinois. And 4 to Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. Placing on the White Dorper pair of ewe lamb class, first place to 292, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Second place to 297, Wealthy Dorpers, Evansville, Indiana. Third, Ron and Holly Waldron, East Star Livestock, St. Paris, Ohio. 4 to 296, L&K Sheep Company, Dunkirk, Ohio. 5 to Chris Bailey, New Palatine Bridge, New York. 6 to Narrow Gate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee. And 7 to Alfred McDaniel, Thorndale, Texas.
In our junior championship of the White Dorper ewes, we have 6 really beautiful females out here. They all show me a lot of femininity, a lot of style and balance. So I'm not going to go into trying to describe all of them over again because I did that in the class. But we're going to go with our January. She just fits the bill for me. She's what I'm looking for in a junior champion. In a very close placing, our reserve Grand Junior will be our March lamb.
For the National Border Cheviot Show, our grand champion ram went to entry number 5, the senior champion ram, out of the yearling ram class, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana, with Blackacre Red 10. The reserve grand champion ram was entry number 15. 15 came from the January ram lamb class, was our junior champion, also Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana, with Blackacre Purple 135. On the White Dorper side of the ring, our junior champion was the January ewe lamb, entry 264, Briar Day, Marshfield, Missouri, with Day Livestock LLC 965. The reserve to the March and later born class winner, entry 285, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina, Lazy 5 Ranch 6987. Now ready for flock class. Ready for the flock class, please.
And now for the championship of the White Dorper breed. But before I name the champion, I would like to thank the administration of the North American and for the board of directors of the American Dorper Association for giving me the honor and privilege to be here today to sort sheep on the green shavings. Those of you that judge shows know that this is about as good as it will ever get. This is the very top honor that you can receive, and it means a great deal to me. Having said that, I see 4 really beautiful ewes out here. There were a couple of hundred beautiful individuals in this show today, and all of them are champions in their own right. But the grand champion of the 2025 North American White Dorper Ewe Show will be our senior champion. Are you ready? Are you ready? The reserve grand champion will be the junior champion.
For the White Dorper Grand Champion ewe went to our senior champion ewe, entry number 50. Out of the senior yearling ewe class, Tracy Denninger, Washington Courthouse, Ohio, with 1325. The reserve grand champion was our junior champion, entry 264. Out of the January ewe lamb class, Briar Day, Marshfield, Missouri, with Day Livestock, LLC 965. For the Border Cheviot side, our best headed ram was from the January Ram Lamb class, entry number 15, Black Acre Purple 135. Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. And that was our junior champion and overall reserve grand champion ram. Placing on the White Dorper Flock class, first place to Ron and Holly Waldron, East Star Livestock, St. Paris, Ohio. Second place to Welty Dorpers, Evansville, Indiana. Third to Narrowgate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee. 4, and the winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award is Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. 5 to L&K Sheep Company, Dunkirk, Ohio, and 6 to Chris Bailey, Palatine Bridge, New York. That does conclude our Dorper and White Dorper shows. Our judge today for both of those has been Rod Barnes of Tennessee. Give us just a few minutes to get reset, and we'll be ready for the Mary Bloom National Oxford Show. We have now begun our National Oxford Show. This is the National Mary Bloom Oxford Show. Our judge today is Craig Beckmeyer of Morrisonville, Illinois. Craig is an ag instructor and livestock judging coach at Lincoln Land Community College in Springfield. Along with his wife Michelle and son Cade, they raise Southdown, Hampshire, Dorpers, and Dorset sheep. Let's welcome Craig Beckmeyer to your National Oxford Show today.
Thank you, Dave. And I think an interesting class to start with. It's always exciting to get in here and sort on the green shavings. And man, the uniqueness of these five is definitely on display. So the direction you go, I think, sets the stage a little bit. But I'll be honest with you, as we work through this, I'm just going to try to dig in and use the sheep that suit me the best. And for this class, longer I watch him and study, this guy does it. I think he's long enough. I think he's big enough. I love his body shape and his dimension. He's a big-footed buck. He's a little soft on his back feet, which I know will draw some criticism, but to me, his flexibility is still there, and we're talking about big bucks get out and move. He stays so much square from behind. His extra muscularity through his hip matters. I like the head on that guy quite a bit as well. Initially thought when they came in, man, the one in second, he came in first of that group. He's the one to beat, and I like this sheep. I love his upstanding just look and dimension, and where he has an advantage over the bucks that follow him in class, no doubt, is his body shape, his dimension, his natural flank. He just reads like an easier feeding kind of head of livestock, and I certainly like that. Like his coloration as well. Get your hands on him. He doesn't have the same mass and dimension you may expect from the outside. Doesn't stay quite as good down that top line. I'd change his mouth just a little bit when I think about coming out of her senior drive. Beautiful sheep in 3, and presentation is just maxed out. My compliments on him. As I read that sheep, I love his big feet. I love the fact that he runs uphill. There's a lot to like in this sheep, and he's got a great top line when you run your hands down it. For me, it's just a question of, at that framework, does he have enough body? Does he have enough flank? And I guess for me today, guys, I called that a no-go on that. So a really, really neat sheep, a highly presented sheep, and certainly one that's been out with ewes. Is probably partially the reason that we're a little bit low on just body volume and dimension. I like a lot of things about the buck that follows him, and you're looking at another straight top buck, a very big hip buck. Skeletally, he reads too straight in his knee for me and doesn't get off his hind leg as good. And then like the buck right ahead of him, I think you get off to the side of that when you don't read him with quite as much balance. We have a buck to finish that balances better in terms of his bottom side. He's got more rib and flank build into him, but at the same time, his planar attributes kind of balance those out in my mind, and we'll just call him the buck with what I thought was the least unique breeding value in the group. Congratulations to our exhibitors if you put your hands together for him today.
Placing on the yearling ram class for the Oxford Show, first place to entry 7, Bodie Niemeyer, Mulberry Grove, Illinois, with Niemeyer 2401. Second place to entry 3, Emily Erickson, Burlington, Wisconsin, with Isaacson 508. Third place to entry 1, Danielle Hotaling of Dolan, South Dakota. Fourth to entry 6, Bill Edwards, Stewardson, Illinois. And fifth to entry 4, Chloe and Adrian Decker, Vincennes, Indiana.
on the Oxford Ring as we get into our fall rams. For me, a really, really nice buck to lead this class off with. It's a good thing we switched holders because that sheep's relaxed. You can kind of see he's just a really, really balanced kind of sheep. In motion, big advantage here as we get out and go. Obviously gives up some weight and some performance, but I like his foot size. I like his structure. I feel more confident in his breeding value long term. No doubt the sheep in second is what he is. He's the big sheep in class. He's long. He's got a ton of performance. Obviously, his mature size is definitely going to be large, and he's got a nice set of testicles to sit underneath him in terms of breeding value there. I just like to pick him up on his feet and change his structure a little bit as we get back into his hip and hind saddle. Congratulations again.
Placing on the yearling U class for the Border Cheviots. First place goes to 60, Bridget Eldridge, Winters, California, with Spildy 6028. Second place to 61, John and Judy Moore, Eagle, Michigan. Third to 63, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. Fourth to entry 62, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois. 5 to 64, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. Sixth place to entry 50, Bridget Eldridge, Winters, California. 7 to 49, Brooke Mazepink, Cochranville, Pennsylvania. Eighth place to 58, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. 9 to 56, Margaret McNichol, Latonia, Ohio. 10th place to 53, Sarah Powell, Watertown, Tennessee. 11 is 59, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. 12 to 65, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois. 13 to 70, Linda Cook, Muncie, Indiana. 14 to 57, Brooke Mazepink, Cochranville, Pennsylvania. And 15 to 51, Sarah Powell, Watertown, Tennessee. Placing on the senior Ram Lambs for the Oxfords, first place to entry number 8, Bill Edwards, Rockbridge, Illinois. Edwards, PHFT 2504. Second place to entry 9, Winning Ways Sheep Farm, Mowequa, Illinois, with Winning Ways Sheep Farm 25-AA21.19.
If you would, put your hands together for our exhibitors out here in our senior champion drive today. Yeah, thank you. An interesting group, and I know we had a bigger yearling buck class and didn't have a lot of come out of the falls, but in terms of some sheep that have a lot of value, I definitely think we bring some of those back to the ring to evaluate and compare. Obviously, some differences. I do think the champion is just pretty cut and dry for me in terms of representing just the best one out here. Gets a lot closer for reserve. And honestly, I probably wouldn't be a big debater either way, but the one that hit me the hardest is going to go that direction. We're going to go with your yearling buck for champion and follow with your fall today. Congratulations.
Senior champion ram for the Oxford show goes to entry number 7, the yearling ram, Bodie Niemeyer, Mulberry Grove, Illinois, Niemeyer 2401. The reserve champion to entry number 8, the senior ram lamb, Bill Edwards, Rockbridge, Illinois, with Edwards, PHFT 2504. Exhibitors, it's extremely important that you wear your back numbers to the ring. At least you or the person setting the feet must have the correct back number for the animal for the class that you're in. This is our way of finding out how to place you. If we don't have it, we don't know, we can't get through the class. So please wear your appropriate back number to the ring.
Again, a unique class of bucks here to work through, and differences all over the place. The buck that wins, I mean, these are easy things to see in terms of his skeletal size, but maybe what you're not appreciating is his body shape, his pin set, and his structure. And I guess from my perspective, the one that I trust the most to make the next generation better is up here at the top of the class. I really, really like that sheep in terms of his basic build. Depicts on him in terms of length, I think, is where I would share with you my concerns. He's a little shorter handling and a little shorter in terms of his hip, but certainly a sheep that's just built really nice. Beautiful buck in terms of the up and out look that it gives you in two. I like the extra wool cover. I think there's things in there that you can certainly gravitate towards. His extension and length from the side definitely is a plus. Work off either end of his skeleton, and I just need to square that sheep up and give him more clearance at his knee, change him a bit off his hind leg, and yet I still think he has the advantage there over the sheep in three. The buck in three presented beautiful. Top line, I would like to just see him be a little stronger there when you get your hands on him. And my big issue is just some hind leg security. The frailer footed buck wants to rotate his hocks and just not stay as square going. But a youthful buck, a lot of up and out look there as well. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
Placing on the class of Slickshorn yearling ewes for the Border Cheviots, first place goes to entry 73, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana, with Blackacre 565 Spearmint. Second to 71, Caitlin Von Baron, Stewartson, Illinois, with Shanks ILLCFF 0049. Third place to 72, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Fourth place to 69, Caitlin Von Baron, Stewartson, Illinois. Fifth to 66, Brooke Mazepink, Cochranville, Pennsylvania. Sixth place to 52, Linda Cook, Muncie, Indiana. And 7 to 68, Brooke Mays-Pink, Cochranville, Pennsylvania. Placing on the Oxford class of early junior Ram Lambs, first place goes to entry number 17, Bill Edwards, Rockbridge, Illinois, with Edwards PHFT 2524. And second place, entry 12, Morgan Crouch, Maroa, Illinois, with Rocky Hill 2503 Treaty. Third place to entry 13, Jordan Meyer, Watertown, Wisconsin. Placing on the Border Cheviot pair of yearling U class, first place to entry 79, Bridget Eldridge, Winters, California. Second to 77, Caitlin Von Baron, Stewardson, Illinois. Third to 78, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. Fourth to Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Fifth to 76, Sarah Powell, Watertown, Tennessee. Six to Brooke Mays-Pink, Cochranville, Pennsylvania. And 7, Linda Cook, Muncie, Indiana. Again, exhibitors, we're going to ask that you wear those numbers into the ring, those appropriate numbers for each animal that you're exhibiting. It's very critical that we have those.
Well, really a great class over here, and not an easy one. I like these top three bucks a lot. It's not that I have a problem with the two below them, but these three are all very unique, and I guess I'm excited to get in here because as you study them, it's not easy, and there's definitely some different things you can read in these livestock. I love the athleticism for the big sheep in terms of his use of his hind leg. I like the set of his hind leg in motion. I read him just a bit squarer in terms of his knee than the one that's going to come in three, and honestly prefer his hip shape just a little bit. And then that sheep has plenty of length. I like his coloration. He hit me pretty hard when he walked in, and the more I study him, probably truthfully, the more I like him. I like his head a lot better, and this is a personal thing over the sheep that's in two. The sheep in second is what he is. He's a really nice built one. I really like that one at the ground in terms of his structure. Honestly, he gives up testicular size on either side. I don't know that he's too small. That's a concern. And then, like I said, he gets a bit darker there in terms of his face color. I like him just to be a little bit lighter than that. I still really, really appreciate that buck's breeding value, and I think he brings a nice combination of some power and some size. Doesn't read quick and done, and then to me, he's an awfully high-quality sheep. I like the buck in three. Presented very, very well. He's better in terms of the roll to his rib cage than the buck that wins and the buck below him. When you get out here and start to study him, he wants to get a little pulled down in terms of his loin. In motion, he sets his neck further off the front of his skeleton. That buck's still really, really good in terms of his flexibility, his length of body, and his performance. Again, I like him from a balance perspective as well. Highly presented sheep in four. I've done a great job with him. When I get on top of that sheep and study the roll to his body, he's the flattest of those first four pretty easily. In fact, he's the flattest of the first five. He's a sheep that in terms of his build at his pin set needs redesigned in motion. He struggles the most of this top lineup just to get him out and use his hip and hind leg with the freedom and the natural ease that it needs to get around the ring. Interesting sheep in five. Obviously the small one, and then he's smaller than that probably, truthfully. Square in terms of his top shape, his body shape's right, his structure's good. I think out here you're asking a lot to see if he's going to be big enough to make an impact. Certainly a sheep that I like structurally over the one that was below him in class. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
Placing on the Oxford Late Junior Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 23, Ty Drew and Aubrey Miller, Huntington, Indiana, with AA 2551. Second place to entry 18, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana, with Walpe 0170. Third to entry 24, Addison Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 4 to 22, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. 5 to 20, Bill Edwards, Rockbridge, Illinois. And 6 to 25, Suzanne Shields, Marion, Indiana. Placing on the Oxford pair of Ram Lambs, first place to Bill Edwards, Rockbridge, Illinois.
Again, if you would just join me and congratulate our exhibitors here out here in our junior Oxford Drive and a nice set of sheep today. Yeah, it's been a fun set to work through. I thought that late buck class just had a ton of quality and depth and then some challenges and kind of land on whichever one you wanted to there. Get back out here for the drive, and it's an interesting discussion because I recognize our sheep out of the January class probably we all know is not going to be the biggest and most extended, and then you can kind of say he fits a little bit of the mold of the second place sheep in class 2 or the lates. And the irony is when you get him back out here and study him in terms of just sheer width and muscularity, I think you can see a difference, and it doesn't have anything to do with the wool that's on him. I do think there's a buck that needs to win this division, and he hit me really hard. We're going to go with late, and we're going to follow with his January's reserve. Congratulations.
For the National Oxford Show, your junior champion Ram goes to entry number 23 out of the late junior Ram Lamb class. Ty, Drew, and Aubrey Miller, Huntington, Indiana, with double A 2551. The reserve junior champion came from the early junior Ram Lamb class, entry 17. Bill Edwards, Rockbridge, Illinois, with Edwards. Phantom Hills, fitting and training 2524. Placing on the border Chevy at senior ewe lamb class, first to entry 85, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana, with Blackacre Purple 102. Second place at 83, Bridget Eldridge, Winters, California, with Rinker 2708. Third place to entry 80, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois. Fourth place to 87, J.W. Sims Reisner, Albion, Indiana, Illinois. Fifth place to 81, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Sixth place to 86, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois. 7 to 82, Caden Murphy, Plymouth, Indiana. 8 to 88, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. And 9 to entry 84, Margaret McNichol, Latonia, Ohio.
Well, again, if you don't mind, put your hands together here. A nice set of Oxford Bucks in our champion drive. I'll tell you what. This is good. It's good because I believe each one of these bucks does something that is a good thing for the breed. They represent the breed well. We have different types represented. I knew coming into this that's probably going to obviously be part of the outcome. And you step back and study the sheep, and they're still very different. I guess there's things I would fix and change, but at the end of the day, the one that I thought's the hardest to put together, just as a breeder and someone that's been in it a while, is that yearling buck. He's going to be our champion today. We're going to follow with a buck lamb here for reserve. Congratulations.
Grand Champion Ram for your National Oxford Show goes to entry number 7, our Senior Champion Ram, first yearling ram, Bodie Niemeyer, Mulberry Grove, Illinois, with Niemeyer 2401. The Reserve Grand Champion was our Junior Champion, entry number 23. Out of the late Junior Ram Lamb class, Ty, Drew, and Aubrey Miller, Huntington, Indiana, with AA 2551. Now ready for Best Headed Ram. Best Headed Award for the Oxford, sponsored by Winning Ways Sheep Farm. They also sponsor the Best Headed Ewe Award. Best headed ram for the Oxford show is entry number 23. Out of the late junior Ram Lamb class, our reserve grand champion ram, Ty Drew and Aubrey Miller, Huntington, Indiana, double A 2551. Placing on the January ewe lamb class for the Border Chevy, it's first place to 94, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. Second place to 96, Brooke Mazepink, Cochranville, Pennsylvania, with Snowcap 2501. Arabella's was AC4. Third place to 92, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. 4 to 95, Caden Murphy, Plymouth, Indiana. And 5 to 91, Sarah Powell, Watertown, Tennessee. Placing on the February ewe lamb class for the Border Cheviots, first place goes to entry 101, Bridget Eldridge, Winters, California, with Spildy 6304. Second place to entry 97, Catherine Kuykendall, Richland Center, Wisconsin, with Kuykendall 1268. Third place to 104, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Fourth to 98, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois. 5 to 102, Sarah Powell, Watertown, Tennessee. And sixth place to entry 100, Joan Lawrence, at Glen, Pennsylvania.
Hey, this is fun, and this is really, really challenging. Um, I yell at my judging kids when maybe they don't make a decision quick enough, and I'll walk you through what I see in these sheep, and hopefully you guys can follow the discussion and the conversation. It is what it is, because I really believe at the end of the day, the ewe that has the most unique breeding value is the ewe that wins this class. And if you start up front on these sheep, I like the way she's built at the base of her sternum and into her neck set better than the ewe in second. I like her with the chest better than the ewe in second. And then you get your hands on her, she's honest in terms of her condition today. And at this stage of the game, I appreciate that. She is not the biggest bodied. She's not the longest bodied, and I don't think she's the biggest boned. But I do think that is the most complete and the most structurally ideal sheep in this group. And that's picking on a pretty nice set of females that are left out here. Fresh, good touching, really, really good in her top line. Maybe not the shiniest one when you first step back here, just in terms of coloration, but that's a beautiful ewe in terms of her skeleton. Interesting sheep in second, and I think to the people ringside, it's easy to say, hey, this is the longest bodied one. She's long bodied, there's no doubt about it. I like that about her. I like her freedom when she gets out on the move, and I actually prefer her presence in motion as when we get her stopped and propped up here. She'll tie her neck further off the front of her shoulder. She gets a little plainer at the base of her chest. I'd like to change her off her hind leg, although I still call her plenty flexible and sound, and actually think she has the advantage in terms of comfort and range of motion over the one that's right below her. Again, a very honest ewe in terms of her presentation. She's one of the shortest fleece ewes in here by a mile, and it makes her look a little narrow and flat when you get back to her hip and her pin set from behind. I still read her to be pretty honest in that regard and very level. The challenge for me a little bit is in 3. Because of her added elevation and just huge framework, she wants to shorten up from the side a little bit. And I read her to be the ewe that has some really, really wild and unique things if you were going to take her home and breed on her. There's no doubt about that. And they've got her presented incredibly well. She's carrying about 3 inches more fleece than the one right ahead of her. And honestly, I think that maybe would help her to be dialed in just a little shorter because her extra length of body may match her elevation. At the end of the day, she's the shorter coupled ewe. She's the ewe that doesn't get off her hind feet quite as comfortably. Almost wants to drag her hind leg as we get her out on the go. But tremendous bodied, very, very well presented when you step out up here, and you guys have done a great job with her. Interesting sheep in 4. She doesn't read to have more condition on her, but she does. Read that one as the frailer featured ewe, probably in the top 5. A ewe that shortens up a little bit. I think she's sound in motion. I don't think she's elite in the ability to get out and just go. And honestly, I'd just like to dial her back in terms of her cover. The UN5 is the one that causes me some reservations and concerns. I love her extra bone. I love that used body when you get on her and her hip pin and pin set and the way she's built in terms of just her mass and power is really good. And she kind of wants to do this when she's standing a little bit and then in motion. She'll come up in her shoulder blade and tie her neck a little low and just doesn't keep her top line as collected, as comfortable as what I would like to see today. But that's an awfully nice one, again, presented in very, very short fleeced and very honest. Congratulations here to our exhibitors on a very tough class.
Placing on the Oxford Yearling U class. First place goes to entry 44, Bodie Niemeyer, Mulberry Grove, Illinois, Niemeyer 2407. Second place to 42, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire, with Misty Meadows 1438, Apache. Third place to entry 48, Gary Brockman and family, Garden Prairie, Illinois. Fourth to 51, Lydia Poole, Murrayville, Illinois. Fifth to entry 50, Bill Edwards, Rockbridge, Illinois. 6 to 52, Winning Ways Sheep Farm, Moweaqua, Illinois. 7 to 49, Winning Ways Sheep Farm. And 8 to 46, Chloe and Adrian Decker, Vincennes, Indiana.
Well, here on the Oxford side, a pair of ewes that, again, have a ton of value. Very different, obviously, than the last class we just evaluated. I think for me, it just comes down to the smoothness and the collected design of the ewe that wins in motion. And I think she's very, very unique in terms of the power that she brings to the table. I read that one just a bit more elegant and unique in terms of her neck. I like the head and color and shape to her just head a little bit better than our ewe in second. Powerhouse in two, tremendously bold and dimensional, and I read her to have a bit more framework, but at the end of the day, I just don't read her with the same unique quality as the class winner. Nice pair of sheep. Congratulations.
Placing on the Oxford Slickshorn Yearling U class, first place to entry 53, Bill Edwards, Rockbridge, Illinois, with Edwards, Phantom Hill Fitting and Training 2417. Second place to entry number 55, Bill Edwards, Rockbridge, Illinois, with Edwards, Phantom Hill Fitting and Training 2402. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the Oxfords, first place to Bill Edwards, Rockbridge, Illinois. Second place to Winning Ways Sheep Farm, Mowequa, Illinois. Third to Chloe and Adrian Decker, Vincennes, Indiana. Placing on the March and later born Border Cheviot class of ewe lambs, first place. To entry 110, Bridget Eldridge. Winters, California, with Spildy, 6410. Second to 111, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois, with Rinker, 2796. Third place to entry 114, Brooke Mays-Pink, Cochranville, Pennsylvania. Fourth place to 113, Joan Lawrence at Glen, Pennsylvania. 5 to entry 106, Brooke Mays-Pink, Cochranville, Pennsylvania. And sixth place to 109, Sarah Powell, Watertown, Tennessee.
Well, again, an interesting class, but for me personally, a ewe that wins and wins pretty easily. I could dial her back in her condition just a little bit, but she handles it so well because you step back here, proportionally, she's built very, very well. She's the best in motion, and then her next set is still youthful and honestly pretty refined for the kind of power that she brings to the table. Color-wise, I'm plenty comfortable with that one as well. A nice ewe to lead. I also think the ewe in second just logically gets here. She doesn't shorten up, obviously, compared to the class winner, but then the conversation about her body length may come into question for some. And my big issue is she sets her sternum forward on the front side of her skeleton and the ewe right behind her. So in terms of balancing up, she kind of falls out of balance there just a little bit in that regard. But yet top line quality, hip shape, and then just lower body. And at the end of the day, she reads like an easier flesh and more practical kind than the one that comes right below her. Interesting sheep in three. If I was to predict of those initial three who's going to be the biggest yearling, there's absolutely no doubt in my mind. The light-colored ewe has a lot of length of body and a lot of extension in terms of her head and neck. It's just the ability to tie it all together in terms of a comfortable top line that causes me a little bit of issue, and then step in off either end of her, and she's not as opened up as the ewe right ahead of her today. But there's quality there, and honestly, they're just structurally, I feel like she's the logical choice to keep up in that conversation. The big ewe in four has a lot of redeeming character. Her body shape and her dimension when you get on top of her, her actual power and spread up high is really, really good. I just need to fix her in terms of the usage of her hind leg today, relax her in that regard, and change just the angle and the way it's built off either the side or from behind. And I thought the ewe in five, if I'm standing up in front of that ewe when we go through the line and just look at heads, I really like that female. Get her back out here, and my question is there just enough in terms of body, in terms of fleshing ease? She reads pretty hard to me. In motion, I don't think she's a major upgrade, although I do like the set to her hind leg a bit better than one right ahead of her. Congratulations again, tough class to evaluate and put together, awfully nice class winner.
Placing on the Oxford Senior Ewe Lamb class, first place went to entry 66, Bill Edwards, Stewartson, Illinois, with Edwards Phantom Hill Fitting and Training, 2,500. Second place to 64, Lydia Poole, Murrayville, Illinois, with L. Poole, 25-236. Third to 63, Theo Angus, Piper City, Illinois. Fourth place to 65, Winning Way Sheep Farm, Mowequa, Illinois. Fifth to 62, Hannah Cargill, New Ipswich, New Hampshire. Sixth place to entry 67, Winning Way Sheep Farm, Mowequa, Illinois. And 7 to 61, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana. Placing on the Slickshorn Ewe Lamb class for the Border Cheviots, first place to entry 115, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewartson, Illinois, with Rinker 2706. Second to 119, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana, with Black Acre Purple 119. Third to entry 117, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenbelt, Pennsylvania, and 4 to 118, Hannah Hewitt, Forney, Texas.
Well, if you would put your hands together and congratulate our exhibitors in the senior champion drive. Great, great, great crowd response. This has been fun. I know I spent the most time by some margin in that yearling U class, and to just to go back to that class, there was value in those U's that I thought just trying to balance where we're at in terms of framework and where we're at in terms of the right kind of body, and still sheep that are this large that can handle it pretty solidly when we get them out on the go. And I like the two representatives that we bring out of there. Find a ton of value in the productivity and dimension and the slick sheared yearling ewes, and then come back to the fall ewe class and one that while maybe not impossible to make in every barn or every breed, I think a very interesting ewe to represent this particular breed in this moment, and a ewe that certainly is in contention here as I come back out. There's a lot of different directions that you could go and I could go, and I'm going to take one more look, and I'll just go out and show you who my favorites are. But I think a really, really interesting set of sheep, and obviously very, very different in terms of what they represent and what we're trying to do here within the industry right now. Again, my congratulations, my hat's off to you for bringing out a nice set. I'll show you who my favorites are.
For the Border Cheviots, our junior champion, ewe went to entry 110 out of the March and later born ewe lamb class. Bridget Eldridge, Winters, California, with Speldy 6410. The reserve junior champion to 94. The first place in the January ewe lamb class, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana, with AC4. For the Oxford show, our senior champion ewe was first place fitted yearling ewe, Bodie Niemeyer, Mulberry Grove, Illinois, with Niemeyer 2407. The reserve senior champion went to entry 66. The first place senior ewe lamb, Bill Edwards, Rockbridge, Illinois with Edwards, Phantom Hill Fitting and Training, 2500. Placing on the Border Cheviot pair of ewe lambs, first place went to Bridget Eldridge, Winters, California. Second place, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. Third, Caitlin Von Bairns, Stewardson, Illinois. 4, Brooke Mazepink, Cochranville, Pennsylvania. 5, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. 6, Caden Murphy, Plymouth, Indiana. 7, 124 is Joan Lawrence at Glen, Pennsylvania. And 8 to 122, Sarah Powell, Watertown, Tennessee. For our Border Cheviot National Show, your grand champion you went to entry number 110. Out of our junior champion, 110 was out of the March and later class, Bridget Eldridge, Winters, California, with Speldy 6410. The reserve grand champion was our senior champion U, entry 85 from the senior U Lamb class, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana, with Blackacre Purple 102. Now ready to select best headed ewe.
This is another one that is a little challenging to put together, and truthfully, I like a lot of things about all these ewes. There's the two ewes that were towards the bottom. I talked to the gentleman as they left. I like things about those ewes. I'm not sure any of them, honestly, just put together everything that I'm looking for. At the end of the day, this one up front is pretty unique, and it's not because she's like neat in her chest floor, and obviously those things I have a problem with. And her flank line doesn't balance good enough, which is one of my big picks. But her top line and the way she's built into her hip, and then with that kind of neck set, I mean, when it all gets there and you picture this one back bred up, I think there's a ton of value in this sheep. And honestly, it's her added width and muscularity. And then in motion, I like a lot of things about the ewe in second, but in motion, our class winner utilizes her hock and her hind leg and has more flexibility and comfort. I wish we could just lift her up front, and then this would be a slam dunk, easy decision, but it's not. The ewe that complements our class winner there in that regard is in second. Tall-shouldered ewe. She runs uphill. She's better at the base of her sternum. I don't know that she's any better in the way she ties her neck, but my big issue in motion is she just gets a little tight in terms of her rear ankle and her hock. I'd like to relax that ewe maybe a few times through the show ring, and she settles in. Today, though, she just reads a little vertical and uses it as such. Best structured ewe at the ground, in my opinion, in the top 5 is in third, and she's got dimension too. The problem is from the side, she has a little bit of the same issue of our class winner in terms of length of shoulder to flank balance, and then she's a little bit shorter and just more conventional as you study her up through her neck. I like a lot of things about that ewe, though I think she's going to make a wonderful breed ewe down the line. The sheep I would watch out for next year's in 4, because, man, when she gets things right, she is so long and so extended. She's beautiful in terms of her head. She's a ewe that's got a lot of advantages in this particular class, and I kind of had to decide if she just has enough. And at the end of the day, and this is more just me talking to the young lady showing her, I just need more body shape in that sheep. She's just flat in terms of her ribs. She's really green. Again, I like her future. I like the potential in that one a great deal. Today, she just reads a little too narrow in terms of her body, a little harder probably to get right, but once she does, look out. Man, the 1 in 5 is up and out. She's big boned. She's got a neat neck set. It's just in motion, and her skeleton isn't comfortable enough, but there's certainly unique qualities in that one that needed to be discussed today. Congratulate our exhibitors, if you would, please.
Placing on the fitted January ewe lamb class for the Oxfords, first place goes to entry number 73, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire, with Misty Meadows 1474, Perfect Storm. Second place to 81, Steve Reed, Houstonia, Missouri, with Reed Family Oxfords 2505. Third place to 79, Addison Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 4 to 78, Jordan Meyer, Watertown, Wisconsin. 5 to 77, Gary Brockman and family, Garden Prairie, Illinois. 6 to 76, Emily Erickson, Burlington, Wisconsin. 7 to 70, Winning Ways Sheep Farm, Mowequa, Illinois. 8 to 74, Crimson Lancaster, Modesto, Illinois. And 9 to 75, Ryan Halligan, Winchester, Kentucky. For the Border Cheviots, our best headed ewe went to entry number 97 from the February ewe lamb class, Catherine Kuykendall, Richland Center, Wisconsin, with Kuykendall 1268. We are now showing Border Cheviot mixed pair of lambs. The class following that will be flock. Placing on the mixed pair class for the Border Cheviots, first place to Bridget Eldridge, Winters, California. Second to Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. Third, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewartson, Illinois. 4, Brooke Mazepink, Cochranville, Pennsylvania. 5, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. 6th place, Sarah Wilson, Dansville, New York. 7, Linda Cook, Muncie, Indiana.
Just like we've had some variation in the fitted side in terms of type and kind, I think the same could be said here in the slicks pretty quickly. And the ewe that wins, I just read her as the most unique one in here, and certainly one that today is right. Tremendously round in terms of her rib cage and her body shape. She's the heaviest muscled one in here by a good margin and still handles it well. She's not the most elevated up front, and you see that especially as she goes out on the move, and that award easily goes to the one behind her. And if I was going to bet on one next year to be pretty unique, it's the 1 and 2, just to have that kind of presence and run uphill, and then she's really raw in terms of her condition. She's at a distant disadvantage in terms of spread and dimension. Her hot clearance as she goes wants to narrow at her base just a bit, probably wraps that neck just a little off the front side of her shoulder blade, but that one's up and out and really neat. I like the 1 and 3 as well, and I flirted with this one in a couple different spots. Today, of those 4, she's the flattest in terms of the forerib, her body shape up high. She's got a neat look when you get her propped up. I love the bone and feature in that one, and again, the way that she runs uphill. The really good bodied sheep after our class winner is in 4. Tremendously round in terms of her rib cage. Her neck is just sweet and sets right up there. Today, when you step off of her, she shortens a bit. She's a bit more fragile. And I don't know that she's a lot frailer bone. She's definitely slicker-legged, but she's certainly not one of the stoutest ewes there, but a really high-quality one, again, that just has tremendous value, in my opinion. Again, the big ewe down the line, value as well, that kind of performance and length, and she's in here with a different speed, but she still represents practical livestock. Let's congratulate all our young people today and doing a great job.
Placing on the January Slick Shorn class of ewe lambs for the Oxfords, first place to entry 85, Bryson Walpe of Greensburg, Indiana, with Walpe 0166. Second to entry number 84, Aubrey Miller, Huntington, Indiana, with double A 2524. Third place to 83, Ty Drew and Aubrey Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Fourth place to 86, Bill Edwards, Rockbridge, Illinois. And 5 to 82, Stephen Laurie Marchek, Federalsburg, Maryland. Placing on the Border Cheviot National Flock class, first place in the flock and also winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award is Bridget Eldridge, Winters, California. Second in the flock, Arabella Clifton, Greenfield, Indiana. Third, Caitlin Von Barron, Stewardson, Illinois. Fourth, Brooke Mazepink, Cochranville, Pennsylvania. 5, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. Sixth place, Sarah Powell, Watertown, Tennessee.
a fun class here, and good quality, good depth. We let some ewes go that certainly have, if you will, a lot of growth potential in terms of their continuation, their framework. Some of them pretty late maturing. Some of them didn't have quite enough body. And at the end of the day, it really didn't matter because whatever they wanted to do, they weren't going to get around this one. In my mind, I like this one when she comes in. I like this one a great deal in terms of her build and her balance and her symmetry. Her coloration hits me. She's got feet. She's not the most relaxed or intelligent. I'm going to hope that as they work with their young animal here and bring her back, they get her put together because she looks really, really nice when they do. I like the ewe in second a lot. Big difference for me is not necessarily foot size or leg wool. It's the fact, and she does kind of fall short in those areas, it's the fact that her front end and her sternum tie further off the front of her body. I'd like to just rock everything back in that ewe in motion. I really like that ewe, her squareness, her dimension. She's got a lot of volume. She's very honest in terms of the amount of fleece she's carrying. Again, just doesn't hold everything together. I think you like that one better when she gets out and goes. Big bone one that comes next. And again, a ewe that I like from a balance perspective quite a bit. Her pastern set angle hock, something doesn't quite work as good when you get her out in motion. She's going to be a big stout ewe when she's done. Top line symmetry is better than the one right ahead of her. It's a close decision in my mind. Interesting ewe in 4, and she's not as up and out up front as the ewe right ahead of her. She's a long patterned ewe. She actually is a ewe that measures incredibly good in terms of length of hind saddle. But with that same view of her, need to change her in her upper hip just a bit and square her up there for me to move her any higher today. I thought she just had a substance advantage and a dimension advantage, an easier flesh and look than the ewe right below her. The ewe below her, again, maybe we could relax a little bit in terms of cooperation, and she's a little bit frail just in terms of her feature. Those are the easy things to pick on. Where that ewe's pretty good, though, is her elevation up front, the base of her sternum, and the way she's built at the base of her chest. She's going to be a big, big female, and then you get your hands on her, and there's actually quite a bit of sheep there in terms of the way she's built in a rib cage. I like her long term better than some of those ewes released for sure. Let's congratulate them as well.
Placing on the February ewe lamb class for the Oxfords. First place to entry 89, Ty, Drew, and Aubrey Miller, Huntington, Indiana, with AA 2544. Second place to entry 90, Crimson Lancaster, Modesto, Illinois, with Marshall 1829. Darlette. Third to entry 96, Ty Drew and Aubrey Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Fourth place to 94, Jordan Meyer, Watertown, Wisconsin. Fifth place to 87, Winning Ways Sheep Farm, Moweaqua, Illinois. Sixth to 92, Gary Brockman and family, Garden Prairie, Illinois. 7 to 91, Lydia Poole, Murrayville, Illinois. 8 to 97, Ryman Lancaster, Modesto, Illinois. 9 to 99, Chloe and Adrian Decker, Vincennes, Indiana. 10 to 93, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana. 11 to 95, Elise Cahoon, Orangeville, Illinois. And 12
Well, this is a really fun class, and there's 4 nice ones. I was waiting for somebody else to come in just to go ahead and make this a 5th. I think that's interesting in how you evaluate these, and I'll walk you through what I'm thinking. I asked the young lady up front if she liked this one when this one came in. If we're talking just making club lambs or something like that, I would not use this ewe probably, although I would still think about it, because her worst view is her upper pin set and how she's built right there at the top side of her hip. Everything else in that female is absolutely unique. I love her in terms of her chest, her shoulder, her angle, the way she ties her neck off the top of her shoulder blade. She's got plenty of dimension for me and set them in motion, and she's still an absolute athlete. She's good colored. She's neat looking. I'm a pretty big fan of that sheep right there. If you just want to talk power, the sheep in second obviously has that advantage, and really in every angle that you study them. But with that, breeding sheep side, Louisville, that one for me is a little rounder at the base of her shoulder, rounder in her hip design. Still very, very comfortable and athletic, and still an incredibly high quality sheep. It's a neat pair. I like the coloration on both those as well. The UN3 comes a little darker. I can criticize her for that, but she's still got all kinds of power and dimension, tremendous width. And the big advantage she has over the one below her is just the obvious advantage in length of body. Leave performance out. That one measures considerably longer with more power. A really, really nice ewe. And like I said, I like all 4 of these because the one that I'm going to wrap with, that is a really high quality skeleton. That's a good built sheep. In here, even in a set of maybe more conservatively framed ewes, she comes up just a bit short on performance, but it doesn't come up short in quality. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
Placing on the Slickshorn February ewe lamb class, first place to entry 104, Ty, Drew, and Aubrey Miller, Huntington, Indiana, with AA 2557. Second to 103, Bryson Walpe, Greensburg, Indiana, with Walpe 0168, Eisenhower. Third to 102, Andrew Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois. And 4 to 101, Bill Edwards, Rockbridge, Illinois. Placing on the Senior Ram Lamb class for the Columbias, first place to entry 2, Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota, with Worm 2141, and that's also our senior champion ram. Judging our Columbia show today is Todd Taylor of Arlington, Wisconsin. Todd's the sheep program manager for the University of Wisconsin at Madison. He manages about 250 polypay, hamp, and targhee sheep used in research, teaching, and outreach. He and his wife Lynette have 4 adult children, and they have been raising and showing many other breeds of sheep. Currently, they raise Hampshires, South Downs Targhees, Polypays, Lincolns, and weather-type sheep. Todd's involved in the American Sheep Industry Association as a member of the Genetic Stakeholders Committee and the Sheep Genetics USA. He's also on the board for the National Sheep Improvement Association. Let's welcome Todd Taylor to your Columbia show.
This is a fun group to work through, and my compliments to the breeders. An interesting set of sheep. I guess at the end there, I told the young man I was holding this one when he got in. He was the last one in. That it complicated things because I really liked the one that was in second when that one came in, and I still do. Big difference for me in these two sheep is when you stand right in front of them, you study them in terms of the way they're building their breastbone, their breastplate, the shape to their forerib and center body, and take them to the ground. Then the better footed ewe, who really is the improvement and all those things we just talked about, I'm going to go ahead and use to win the class. I'm not saying she's longer. I think she's plenty long enough, and that one is very, very unique in terms of the way she's built up front, and then the right kind of body. I mean, she's big. She's real, real big, but she still brings some power, some dimension with it. I like that one a great deal. The ewe in second is really interesting. I love this one's top line design, and she has an advantage in terms of length. Really, really beautiful about her neck set and the way she's built there. Get her in motion, and I still believe that ewe is collected enough to go ahead and challenge our class winner for sure. And as I said, and you can kind of see it from the angle I'm at, getting a little soft on her front feet, and her breastplate's just working out of her a little bit. I think she could just be rebuilt up front, but going to make a beautiful yearling ewe. Again, a lot of positives to work with. I like the substance in the UN3, and honestly, I think if this one's shown a few more times and just relaxes, you even like her better. She can give you the impression that she's not quite good enough behind her shoulder. I think she's fine there. She just fights just a little bit, and then you step back off of that impressive top pair, and she shortens quite a bit in terms of her bottom side flank region, just total extension. But man, what a good kind of sheep in terms of practicality and rib. The one I like better up front is the improvement in terms of her neck set and just her freshness is the ewe right behind her. I also think she comes with similar issues in motion, and then for me gives up just some added dimension. A neat ewe in five, probably the one that of the top five wants to shorten the most in terms of her profile, wants to work in at her hock just a little bit if you're going to get extra critical of her. But I certainly think in terms of just body shape and extension, that one's got a very, very bright future, a high-quality sheep. Like I said, a very good top five. Congratulations to all our exhibitors.
Placing on the March and later ewe lamb class for the Oxfords, first place went to 110, Bristol Buckland, Huntington, Indiana, with Buckland 2567, Amazon. Second to 113, Ty Drew and Aubrey Miller, Huntington, Indiana, with AA 2553. Third place to entry 107, Gary Brockman and family, Garden Prairie, Illinois. Fourth place to 106, also Gary Brockman and family. Fifth to 108, Emily Erickson, Burlington, Wisconsin. 6 to 105, Morgan Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. 7 to 112, Ryman Lancaster, Modesto, Illinois. 8 to entry 111, Philip Brome, Washington, Indiana. And 9 to 109, Chloe and Adrian Decker, Vincennes, Indiana. Placing on the Columbia class, early junior Ram Lambs. First to entry 7, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio, with Copeland 663. Second to entry 6, Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota, with Worm 550. Third to entry 5, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. And 4 to entry 8, Cashton Breedall, Berthold, North Dakota.
A late class here, and 2 sheep again I like a great deal. The easy placing is probably the one I end up on, and then really it depends on the view on what you like of these two. Obviously, the performance advantage and just the dimension goes to the class winner. A sheep that's still good in terms of structure. I actually prefer the set to this one's knee and then the actual use of its hind leg just a little bit better. I prefer the shape of the hind leg when you're standing right behind them to the ewe in second. You can see she just comes with a little extra set today, a ewe that gives up some performance. 2 high-quality sheep again. Congratulations.
Placing on the March Slickshorn ewe lamb class for the Oxfords, first place to 116, Bryson Wolpe, Greensburg, Indiana, with Wolpe 0172. Second place to entry 114, Bill Edwards, Rockbridge, Illinois, with Edwards, Phantom Hills Fitting and Training 2515. Placing on the late junior Ram Lamb class for the Columbias, first place to Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota, with Worm 553. Second place to entry 9, Addison Bessinger, Bluffton, Ohio, with Bessinger 6-6.
We won't go back to the mic many times here on the Oxfords. It was a pleasure to sort your national show, and I know we've got a little bit to do, but as I come back out and think about where we're at and where the breed's at, I'm happy. I'm very, very happy with this lineup. I think there's a lot of sheep out there that have value on both sides. There's differences, sure. There's always going to be, and as we move in whatever direction that is as individual breeders that you guys decide to go, I think the truth is you could go around the barn and find somebody to visit with that has a piece or two that would benefit you. And they're not necessarily all out here for sure. That's the beauty of it. There's going to be certain things that people gravitate towards. I gravitated towards this set of sheep today. Very, very happy with this set of sheep today. And your champion reserve are both going to come out of the front lineup. And it has nothing to do with whether I think fitted sheep or slick-sheared sheep have the advantage. It's literally just when I walk away, which one do I want to stand behind in the junior champion lineup? And I thought there was a pretty easy one for me that just hit me the hardest. Proud of this set of sheep. Thought you guys have done a great job. Thanks for having me work through them today. We'll get you a junior and reserve junior champion. Let's congratulate them, please.
Junior champion U for the Oxford show goes to the first place February ewe lamb. Entry 89, Ty Drew and Aubrey Miller, Huntington, Indiana, with AA 2544. The reserve junior champion was first in the March ewe lamb class. Entry 110, Bristol Buckland, Huntington, Indiana, with Buckland 2567, Amazon. Now ready for pair of ewe lambs. Placing on the natural colored Columbia Ram class, first place to entry 12, Mike Minter, Pemberville, Ohio, with Fry, 23-1. Placing on the Columbia pair Ram Lambs, first place to Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. Now ready to show for junior champion and reserve junior champion Ram. For our junior champion Ram, it was first in the early junior Ram Lamb class Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio, with Copeland 663. The reserve junior champion was second in that early junior Ram Lamb class. Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota, with Worm 550. Now showing for grand champion and reserve grand champion Ram. Placing on the Oxford pair of ewe lamb class, first place goes to Ty Drew and Aubrey Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Second to Bill Edwards, Rockbridge, Illinois. Third, Gary Brockman and family, Garden Prairie, Illinois. Fourth place, Lydia Poole, Murrayville, Illinois. 5, Jordan Meyer, Watertown, Wisconsin. Sixth place, Emily Erickson, Burlington, Wisconsin. Seventh place, Winning Ways Sheep Farm, Mowequa, Illinois. 8, Ryman Lancaster, Modesto, Illinois. And 9, Chloe and Adrian Decker, Vincennes, Indiana.
If you would join me and just congratulate these 4 individuals on coming back out for champion today. Yeah, very, very impressive set of sheep. I like all 4 of these ewes a great deal, and as I turned to walk and grab the mic, I saw the trophy that the champion's going to get, and I know Daryl Hall's name's on it, and I guess to those of us that have been in this barn a long time, and then for me, virtually just a neighbor down the road, to be honest with you, a guy that loved Oxford sheep as much as you could love them, loved sheep as much as you could love them, and really, really loved coming to Louisville and displaying ewes that he would be proud of. And I think there's no doubt that he would find the value in these ewes. I'm not sure the trophy is long enough bodied for the way he liked to talk his sheep, but it's a darn good sheep on top of that trophy as well. And I'm proud to go out and show you who the champion will be this year. I think an exceptional show. Let's congratulate them one more time. We'll get your champion in reserve.
In our Oxford show, our grand champion U, recipient of the Darrell Hall Memorial Trophy, is entry number 89, 89 out of the February ULAM class. Ty Drew and Aubrey Miller, Huntington, Indiana, with double A 2544. The reserve grand champion was 110, our junior reserve champion out of the March ULAM class, Bristol Buckland, Huntington, Indiana, with Buckland 2567 Amazon. For the Columbias, our grand champion Ram went to entry number 7, our junior champion Ram. Out of the early junior Ram Lamb class, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio, with Copeland 663. And the reserve grand champion, entry number 2, our senior champion, out of the senior Ram Lamb class, Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota, with Worm 2141. For the Oxfords, your next class is Best Headed U. for the Oxford Best Headed Ewe, it goes to entry number 78 from the January ewe lamb class, Jordan Meyer, Watertown, Wisconsin, with Emerald Valley Farm, Oxford 731. Aloha. Placing on the flock class for the Oxfords, first place in the flock and also winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award for the Oxford Show is Bill Edwards of Rockbridge, Illinois. Second in the flock to Winning Ways Sheep Farm, Mowequa, Illinois. And third to Chloe and Adrian Decker, Vincennes, Indiana. That does conclude our National Oxford Show. Our judge has been Craig Beckmeyer of Illinois. Oxford exhibitors. They will have an Oxford exhibitor meeting for judge selection as well as sponsorship selections out in the lobby in 15 minutes. 15 minutes from now, out in the lobby, the Oxford exhibitor meeting. At this time, we're ready to begin our National Tuna Show. So we need yearling rams to the ring, please. Yearling rams.
This is the one that can take you a long way in that aspect. Nice set from top to bottom. Let's give these boys consider a big round of applause. Great set, your reviews.
Here on the tuna side of the ring as we get started here this afternoon. I think 4 nice yearling rams. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here to judge your show. I think four nice ones here that have a lot of differences in them. For me, just maybe a little more moderate one here to lead off with. That one is good, really, really straight in terms of his lines. We get him out on the go. I think he just holds himself together with the most balance today. I think one that if you're going to say he maybe shortens up just a nickel from flank to flank, I'll give you that. That one is really, really square as he works back in through his hip and pin. Really like that color about him. He's just maybe a nickel darker than maybe some of them, and I think that's an awfully neat color matching from his head to his legs. Got a lot of rib and body and barrel in him. I think that's an awfully neat one. Bigger buck here in second, no doubt. Like that one too. Just a lot of mass to him. He's not quite as neat in his chest floor. In motion, he maybe doesn't hold himself together quite as good in terms of his balance, but really a nice sheep as well. Big long-sided sheep in third. You appreciate that about him. Just get a little plainer in how he's built up through his chest and shoulder, maybe working back in through his hip and pin. Doesn't stay quite as square and true as those first rams ahead of him. And then another long-sided, big growthy ram here in four. Again, maybe a little bit piecey right behind his shoulder. Good class. Let's put our hands together as we get started in the tuna show today. Congratulations.
Placing on the Columbia yearling U class, first place goes to entry 22, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa, with Thiessen 2421. Second place to 24, Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota, with Worm 470. Third place to 20, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio, 4 to 18, Jessica Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin. 5 to 29, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. Sixth place to 23, Cashton Breedall, Berthold, North Dakota. 7 to 28, Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. 8 to 27, Addison Bussinger, Bluffton, Ohio. 9 to 19, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. And 10 to 25, Ella Brown, Berthold, North Dakota.
We got a lone entry here in our Slick Shore and Yearling Rams of our Tunis, one that is very growthy and certainly nice in terms of his color, in terms of his breed type. If we're going to pick on him just a nickel, maybe like to just clean him up in that chest floor region, just a nickel. But certainly when you shear him off, some of these maybe don't stay quite as true. Just an awfully nice entry there. Let's give the exhibitors a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Placing on the natural colored yearling U class for the Columbia's first place to entry 30, Addison Bussinger, Bluffton, Ohio, with Black Kettle 55. Placing on the Tunis yearling Ram class, fitted, first place to entry 1, Cody Kinsman, East Wenatchee, Washington, with Spildy 789, Malawi. Second place to entry 6, Drew Ridgway, Libertytown, Maryland, Red Barn Farm 0454. Third place to entry 3, Swihart Vandenbroek Family Farms, Venosha, Ohio. And 4 to entry 2, Linda Cook, Muncie, Indiana. Placing on the Slickshorn Tunis yearling Ram, first to entry 7, Madeline Mag, Ottawa, Ohio, with S&T 2327. Judging our National Tuna Show today is Evan Snyder. Evan is from Glen, Pennsylvania, not to be confused with Evan P. Snyder from Wonder Why Farms in Blaine, Pennsylvania. Our Evan, is the farm manager at Macaulay Suffolk. As they rode out last night, Evan is an amateur foodie who is always in search of the perfect cocktail. He also enjoys occasional Amish buggy racing through the streets of Glen. Go Pokes!
Here on the Monadale side, we've got three intriguing fall ram lambs here. So a lot of differences running through this trio. Our first ram, I'd be the first to admit, I wish this one would just maybe get out and go just a little bit nicer for us and just track with a little more flex and just comfortability, if you will. But there's a lot of sheep to get around there after you say that. That's a big topped one with some stretch and some style to him. He's got a nice head about him in terms of his breed character. He's got some shape when you get your hands on him in terms of that dimension. I think just maybe the most fault-free one here for us to lead off with. The next one, just as pretty as a picture, like you like to see him, shortens up compared to that first sheep, kind of everywhere, from his 13th rib back, from flank to flank, and then you'd like to give him just a little more stretch about that neck, and just in terms of that profile. But after you say that, that one's really sound. He's got a nice hip about him. I think another nice one in two. We round out the trio with a real level-made one here that maybe just isn't quite as fancy as those first two. Maybe doesn't have the dimension working down his top. That's a nice trio, though. Let's put our hands together. Nice set of senior rams. Congratulations.
For the Tunas, placing on those fall ram lambs, first place to entry 9, Severance McLaughlin, Troop, Texas, with Red Barn Farm 5021. Second place to 11, Justine Biowitz, Hunt, New York, with S&T 2376. And third place to entry 10, Linda Cook, Muncie, Indiana. Now ready to show for senior champion and reserve senior champion fitted ram. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the Columbias, first place went to Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. Second, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. Third, Addison Bussinger, Bluffton, Ohio. And 4, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio.
As we get these four senior rams back out here for our fitted champion and reserve, let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Not a tremendous amount of numbers here, but certainly I think some rams that are very useful. As we talked in that yearling ram class, maybe that ram is just a fraction moderate for a couple of you, but I think that one offers the most good. And just in terms of just the way he's put together, the way his rib and body and barrel's put together, the way his neck set is, and then we set him in motion of these four, I think he's the best one as he moves around the ring. He'll be our champion today. And then it closes a little bit closer between that second yearling ram and that fall ram. The fall ram has got a lot of growth about him, a lot of stretch and style about him. I think that second yearling ram is just a little truer in terms of that top line, in terms of that hip and pin set. We're going to use that second yearling ram for our senior champ, or reserve senior champion. Let's give him a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Senior champion fitted ram for the Tuna Show is entry number 1 out of the yearling ram class, Cody Kinsman, East Wenatchee, Washington, with Speldy 789. The reserve senior champion for the fitted was entry number 6, second yearling ram, Drew Ridgway, Liberty Town, Maryland, Red Barn Farm 0454. Now ready for January ram lambs.
Here on the Tuna side of the ring, a trio of nice January ram lambs here. I think the combination sheep here to lead off with, just from a dimensional standpoint today, just one that when you get your hands on him, it's just simply more of him today, just in terms of width and dimension, working all the way from front to rear. That one in motion is probably the most comfortable, and then the most dimensionally wide, if you will, compared to the couple that come in behind him. The second buck may be going to read as being a bigger yearling ram come next year. Maybe he's in a little bit of a growth stage here for us today, and you appreciate how long-sighted he is, and he presents extremely long from his 13th rib. That one's just a little uncoordinated in motion, maybe just constructed just a little bit narrower made, if you will, but a real neat and fancy one that gives you a nice profile here for us. The third one here for us, just a little smaller package. Really nothing wrong with that one. He's got some dimension working down his top. Maybe as he get him into motion, wants to take that pin set to the ground ever so slightly, but a nice footed ram. He's certainly got some balance about him. That's a nice trio of very different ones. Let's put our hands together. Congratulations.
Placing on the January Ram Lamb class for the Tunis, first place to entry number 15, Mackenzie Gill, Whitehall, Maryland, with Woolly Hollow 549. Second place to 17, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois, with TNJ Farm 25008. Third place to 14, Arabella Knuth, Fall Creek, Wisconsin. We're now ready for February Ram Lambs.
really a fun set of February lambs here in our tuna show, and I think a fun set to talk about. And if you're a breeder, certainly ones to look in here and maybe follow out the ring and try to buy. I think that they all offer some really nice pieces here for us, and then yet there's some differences in them too. We're going to lead off with a pair of rams that I think are just the neatest ones to look at. They've got the most flash up to their front end. They've got the most presence and the most squareness about them. And then of those two, they move a little bit differently around the ring. The first one is just a little bit better at where he puts the point of his shoulders, where his neck set is, and then you get your hands on him right behind his shoulder. He's just a little bit better there in terms of how he's built. In motion, maybe he wants to get just a little bouncy or a little wobbly, and I don't think it's a feet issue. I think it's an attitude issue, and certainly one that when we get him stuck and you get your hands on him, he's very square as he moves back in through his loin edge and back in through his hip. He's sound about his feet and legs, and then got a nice head about him as well. I like that buck pretty good. I think that's an awfully neat one. The next one, lights out. When they get that one stuck, that one wins. They get that one propped up for us here, and they get that neck jerked out of the point of his shoulders. That one wins. He's very, very square as well. He's very good on his feet and legs. He's good in his pin set. In motion, he wants to take his neck and in the front end to the ground ever so slightly, and that's being real picky of one that I think is awfully good. I think that's a real good pair, and if you wanted to flop him, you sure could. The big ram in third got a lot of intriguing pieces here. He's pounds heavy. He's got a huge rib and barrel about him. He's super long from his 13th rib, and yet he ties pretty good in his shoulder. In motion, he's not quite as balanced as those first two. Maybe wants to take his pin set to the ground just a nickel. But man, he's got some bone. He's got tremendous length from flank to flank, and I think sometimes we're getting these sheep a little short. He's going to fix that, no doubt. I think that's an awfully neat one. The next one comes to us, just not as much of him as we have in those first three. You handle him pretty straight in terms of his lines, pretty good in terms of his feet and legs. He's just a little bit more narrow constructed in his top line than we have in those three, but really a neat, fancy one from a side profile, also very nice headed. Then we round out the top five with one that gets just a little plainer in just how he appears and how he maybe gets around the ring for us, gets a little bit bolder and lower in that chest floor, but man, you run your hands down his top, straight as a string, from front to rear back in there through his hip, and good class. There's a bunch of good bucks over there too. I encourage you, if you're looking for one, as these exit, go talk to these guys. That's a nice set. Congratulations.
Placing on the Tunis February Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 21, Claire Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin, with Speldy 874. Second to entry 23, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois, with Mum 2547. Third place to entry 22, Mark and Janine Johnson, Minooka, Illinois. 4 to 19, Lynn Murray, Higginsville, Missouri. 5 to 18, Mark and Janine Johnson, Minooka, Illinois. Sixth place to 20, Justine Biowitz, Hunt, New York. Seventh place to 26, Oliver Menard, Harrington, Delaware. 8 to entry number 25, Severance McLaughlin, Troop, Texas. And 9 to entry number 24, Linda Cook, Muncie, Indiana. Placing on the Columbia Senior ULAM class, first place goes to entry 36, Ella Brown, Berthold, North Dakota. Second place to entry 44, Mike Minter, Pemberville, Ohio, with Minter Homestead, 4146. Third place to entry number 35, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. 4 to 43, Jessica Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin. 5 to 38, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio. 6 to 40, Kristen Bradall, Berthold, North Dakota. 7 to 42, Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. 8th place to entry 37, Alan Hines, Berthold, North Dakota. 9 to 39, Monroe Groves, Asheville, Ohio. And 10 to 41, Dryston Pajak Stenger, Wooster, Ohio.
Here on the Tunis side of the ring, we get into our March Ram Lambs here. Pretty tough class to place because I think all four of them have quite a bit of merit. There's a tremendous amount of differences in them. There's a tremendous amount of differences in their maturity levels for us here. And so very, very tough to put together. The big buck here that leads off, I'm not here to determine whether he's maybe a true March or not, but he's really, really out there in terms of size and scale. That sheep, after you say that, though, has got a lot of good about him. He's really good in terms of his shoulder. He's really good as he jerks at the extension of the point of his neck. Just an awfully neat one in terms of his top shape as well. There's not really a hole in him. He gets out and goes pretty good. Pretty hard to beat that one. If you want to say he's maybe just a little bit out there in terms of age, that's okay. I think that's an awfully nice sheep to lead off with. The next one is an awfully good one too. He's maybe, for me, just maybe a little more age appropriate here. That one is big in his hip. He's big in his barrel and big in terms of that just top shape. If you're looking to maybe make some slick shear type Tunis, that one do it. He is as straight as you want to make one in terms of his top. He doesn't have the extension, quite the stretch that we have in that first buck, but there's a lot of good in that one that goes into second. The third one, the real flashy one, comes to us. Love that one's front end. In motion, maybe just doesn't hold himself together quite as nice as those first two. Maybe gets just a fraction narrow up in terms of that chest and then right in behind him, but really a buck that looks like he's going to grow into a great big yearling. I think just an awfully neat one there as well. And then the girls bring us one that they've got presented extremely well. That one's got a big hip and really a square hip in him. Maybe a little extra bone underneath him. Again, maybe not quite as fancy, maybe not quite as put together there in his front end, but four very interesting March Rams. Let's give them a round of applause. Congratulations.
Placing on the March and later born Ram Lambs for the National Tunis Show, first place to entry 31, Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York, with Red Barn Farm 5054. Second place to 29, Leah Biowitz, Hunt, New York, with S&T 2418. Third place to entry 28, Claire Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. And 4 to 27, Autumn Knuth, Fall Creek, Wisconsin. Senior champion U for the Columbias is first place fitted yearling U, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa, with Thiessen 2421. The reserve senior champion was second in that yearling U class, entry 24. Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota, with Worm 470.
I think very close here on top of our slickshorn ram lambs here on our tuna side. I think there's some give or take in that pair that maybe we like the best. For me, that's just the straightest one in terms of his top line leads off for us. And one that maybe, yeah, he could use just a shot more power there in his stifle if you want to get real picky of one. But I think if you talk about breastplate and shoulder design, neck set, and how that one lays in terms of his top line, he's the truest there. Maybe just a nickel younger there in terms of that maturity. Just an awfully neat one in terms of levelness. The pounds heavy, big barreled one here in second. Like that one's bone in terms of that just substance, extra substance that he has. Maybe not quite as neat in his chest floor. Maybe wants to open up right behind his shoulders, just a nickel. But good head about that ram. I think follows in second nicely. And then a pair of them that come in behind him. Just not quite as coordinated, not as much balance about them. And then when you get your hands on them, not quite as much shape as well. Good class of slickshorn rams. Congratulations.
Placing on the slickshorn for the Tunas, first place to entry 33, Justine Bielwitz, Hunt, New York, with S&T 2425. Second place to 32, Madeline Mag, Ottawa, Ohio, with MJM Family Farm 2513. Third to 34, Jacoby Mag, Ottawa, Ohio, and 4 to 35, Madeline Mag, Ottawa, Ohio.
Well, here on the Tunis side of the ring, let's put our hands together as we bring out our fitted junior champion contenders here. All six of these offer quite a bit of good here for us. And again, there's some differences in them. And you can see that from the outside. And that's the name of this game. We're all raising and breeding a little bit different type of sheep. And that's how we sell sheep. We sell sheep to people that need just a nickel change here and there. I think there's some changer rams in this drive. For me, there were two. I thought the class was extremely tough. We're going to use both those February bucks for a champion reserve.
Junior champion ram goes to our February Ram Lamb class winner, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin, with Spildy 874. The reserve champion for the junior division goes to entry 23, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois, with Mum 2547. Now ready to show for grand and reserve grand champion Fitted Ram. Following that, we'll show for grand and reserve grand champion Slick Shorn Ram, then best headed Ram, and then overall grand and reserve grand champion Ram. Placing on the pair of Ram Lambs for the Tunis, first place went to 38, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second to Mark and Janine Johnson, Manuka, Illinois. And third to 39, Justine Biowitz, Hunt, New York.
Here on the Tunis side of the ring. Let's put our hands together. A big round of applause for our national Tunis set here for our Rams. I think we get all four of these back, those senior champions and those junior champions. I think four pretty impressive Rams here, and again, that are probably going to go and be stud Rams and programs here for us. Our seniors, just two big, bold Rams with big ribs about them. We said that maybe that senior champion was just a nickel moderate. For me, I think he offers quite a bit of good. I also like highly presented. This is still a sheep show. That sheep is extremely clean and fitted to the nines. Looks like an awfully neat one there, just in terms of presentation. We work into that pair of spring bucks or those February Rams. I think an exciting pair of just really growthy, good top, square-hipped ones. They're going to be our champion reserve today. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
For our grand champion and reserve grand champion fitted Rams, It was our 2 junior fitted rams. Entry 21 was our grand champion fitted. Out of the February Ram Lamb class, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin, Spildy 874. The reserve went to entry 23, second in that February class, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois, Mum 2547. Now ready to show for grand and reserve grand champion Slickshorn Ram. Placing on the January ULAM class for the Columbias, first place goes to entry 51, Jessica Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin, with 2532. Second place to 53, Cashton Breedall, Berthold, North Dakota, with 2535. Third place to entry 49, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. 4 to entry 55, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. 5 to 54, Jackson Thiessen. Sixth place to 52, Addison Bessinger, Bluffton, Ohio. Seventh place to 48, Haley Luz, Montague, California. And eighth place to 50, Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota.
We get these 3 Tunis Slickshore and Rams back out here for the overall champion and reserve. Pretty close, I think, and I think you could go a couple different directions. For me, we talked about that buck lamb in class being just a nickel better in his shoulder design, in his breastplate design, and yes, he probably could have a shot more power right in behind him in terms of his stifle. I do like how straight he is, and then maybe just a nickel better in his shoulder. He'll be our champion today, and then closes up pretty tight for reserve. I'm going to bounce back and get that second buck lamb for our reserve champion. Let's give him a big round of applause. Congratulations here.
Grand champion Slickshorn Ram goes to entry 33 from our Slickshorn Ram Lamb class, Justine Biowitz, Hunt, New York, with S&T 2425. Reserve Slickshorn champion goes to entry 32, Madeline Mag, Ottawa, Ohio, with MJM Family Farm 2513. Next class is overall grand and reserve grand champion ram, and then we'll show best headed ram. Today, as we get ready to show our slick-shorn champion against our fitted champion, here at the North American International Livestock Expo for the national show, we do so in a heartfelt memory of Dave, a man whose unwavering dedication to the slick-shorn tuna sheep has left a lasting legacy in our barns, our show rings, and our community for decades. Dave championed this breed with passion and pride, sharing his knowledge freely, encouraging newcomers, and setting a standard of excellence that continues to inspire us all. This award not only honors an outstanding ram, but also celebrates the spirit of a remarkable individual whose love for these sheep helped to shape the very foundation of this division, the slick sheared division.
As we get these four Tunis Rams back out here for our champion reserve, let's put our hands together, both fitted and slick shorn. I think a real nice group to sort through, taking nothing away from those two nice slick shorn Rams. We're going to go with both of these fitted February Ram Lambs again for our overall champion and reserve. Let's put our hands together one more time. Nice set. Congratulations.
Next class is Best Headed Ram. Our overall grand champion and reserve grand champion ram is entry 21 for our grand champion. 21 came from the fitted February Ram Lamb class, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin, on Spildy 874. Reserve grand champion is entry 23, second in that February class, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois, with Mum 2547. Again, our next class is Best Headed Ram. best-headed Tunis ram goes to entry number 1 out of the yearling ram class, Cody Kinsman from East Winnetonka, Washington on Spildy 789, Malawi. Placing on the February Columbia U Lamb class, first place to 63, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio, with Brant 4481. Second place to 57, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa, with Thiessen 2521. Third to 58, Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. Fourth place to 56, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana. Fifth place to 60, Addison Bessinger, Bluffton, Ohio. 6 to 61, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. 7th place to 59, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio. And 8 to 62, Dresden Pajak Stenger, Wooster, Ohio. Placing on the March and later born ewe lambs for the Columbia Show. First place to entry 64, Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota, with Worm 547.
Well, round one here in our female show of our Tunis is really, really good. There's a bunch of good ones here, and not just these five. I think there's a bunch of good ones that went back, and I think the Tunis breeders, exhibitors should be very, very proud of these. For me, the one, when we put them into motion, she wins by a couple of clicks here. That's a big, broody female that just motors around the ring like they're supposed to. She holds her shoulder just like that when she's in motion. She holds her top line just like that when she's in motion. And I think that one is just an awfully good sheep. She is massive in terms of her top shape. She's massive in terms of her hip. She's got plenty of bone about her. She's really neat in terms of her shoulder and breastplate, and very nice headed. I think that's a nice female to lead off with, just a high-end one there. There's a longer-sided one here in second. I like that about her, and that was the struggle for me. That one is longer from flank to flank. She's longer from her 13th rib back, and I appreciate that about her. In motion, I don't think she's quite as comfortable as that ewe is, maybe not quite as wide-based in motion as that ewe is, but another very, very high-end female there. Our third ewe, another little problem female for me here. I like this female a bunch. I think she's got a lot of femininity about her. I think she's got a great head about her. I think she is a neat one in terms of her handle. She gets a little finer in her feature. When we put her into motion, she wants to get her back legs up underneath her. She wants to get her top up in terms of roaching. But when they get her stuck, she paints a nice picture. If you want to close your eyes and say that one moves around the ring fine, I think you can lead off with that female. For me, I'm more comfortable with her in third today, just from a standpoint of in motion. That's an awfully nice shoe. Little smaller package here in four. That's an awfully neat one as well. There's hardly any wool on her. She's straight as a string. She's big in her hip. Just an awfully neat one. From the side standpoint, I think she could be a little bit deeper. If you're going to get real critical of her compared to these three, she's not carrying as much bark as these three are, but a very, very nice female. Then we round out the top five with an awfully nice ewe as well. She gets just a little finer in terms of her bone work, in terms of her footwork. I do like her rib and body. Nice handle about that sheep. She shortens up just a nickel compared to a couple of them. Very, very good class. Let's put our hands together. Congratulations.
Placing on the early yearling ewes for the Tunis show, first place goes to 63, Colin Anderson, West Carlton, New York, with Anderson Acres 143. Second place to Colin Anderson, West Carlton, New York, with Anderson Acres 142. Third place to 70, Greg Loper, Noonda, New York. Fourth place to 71, Scott Odlin, Ivanhoe, Minnesota. Fifth to 64, Mark and Janine Johnson, Minooka, Illinois. Sixth place to 65, Justine Bielwitz, Hunt, New York. 7 to 67, Oliver Menard, Harrington, Delaware. 8 to 66, Justine Bielwitz, Hunt, New York. 9 to entry 72, Severance McLaughlin, Troop, Texas. And 10 to 61, Dana Gokenauer, Woodstock, Virginia. Placing on the natural colored ewe lamb class for the Columbias, First place to 66, Mike Minter, Pemberville, Ohio, with Travail, NC009. Second place to 67, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa, with Fry 5-1. And third place to Mike Minter, Pemberville, Ohio. Placing on the pair of ewe lamb class, first place to entry 70, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. Second, Charles and Louise Worm, Lakefield, Minnesota. Third, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. 4, Jessica Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin. And 5, Mike Minter, Pemberville, Ohio.
Here in the Tunis ring, we get our late yearling ewes out here again, not disappointing at all. Just another tremendous set of sheep, and maybe in maybe my favorites up here of this top end. There's a little more differences here that we maybe had in that last class. Again, a lot of good yearling ewes are not here as well in this lineup. I think there was a bunch of them we sent back that are awfully nice in terms of just production type females that look like Tunis. We get in this top line here, just a great big female here to get around. That one, it's got a lot of rib and body and barrel in her. Great top line in her, and you get your hands on her. Tremendous amount of dimension working from in terms of her loin edge, in terms of back in through her hip and her pin, and just simply just the bigger, broodier ewe compared to the ones that follow right in behind her. Beautiful headed ewe. I love her shoulder. I like how the point of her neck and shoulders come together. I think this an awfully neat one there to lead off with. The next one, pretty as a picture, gets around the ring free and easy. There's just not as much of her as we have in that first ewe, but really, really good in terms of her lines. Big, big hip in that ewe. Again, I think very high end to go into that second hole. A little more refined type of female to come into third. She's not quite as stout in terms of her foot and bone work, not quite as massive when you get your hands on her in terms of just dimension, but one that has got a great look and a great profile about her. She tracks and moves around the ring free and easy. I think this another nice one there. If we can make her just a little more of her, a little more dimension in terms of her top shape, have a little more of a case to work her up, I think she makes a nice third hole for us tonight. Our fourth one comes to us. Really a neat picture. That one has got a lot of rib and barrel and body. Her hip maybe doesn't stay as true in motion. Maybe wants to take those pin sets to the ground, just a nickel. She's also just a nickel refined there in her bone work, but a lot of good of that female. She's good in terms of her top. She's got some look about her. They've got her presented extremely well. I think this is another good one there. And then a rugged type of a ewe here to follow in that fifth hole. You like that? That's a female we can take and put on about any kind of ram, make good sheep out of her. She shortens up compared to a couple of them. She's not quite as long in terms of her handle, but I love that ruggedness about her. She's got just a little shot more bone about her. I think a really nice female to go in the fifth hole. Another good class in these lates. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
For the late yearling ewe class for the Tunis, placings are first place to entry 84, Mark and Janine Johnson, Manuka, Illinois, with Spildy 787, Polaris, second place to entry number 77, Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York, Red Barn Farm 0476. Third place to 74, McLean Music, Camp Point, Illinois. 4 to 83, Lynn Murray, Higginsville, Missouri. 5 to entry number 78, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. 6th place to 81, Drew Ridgeway, Libertytown, Maryland. 7 to entry number 75, McLean Music, Camp Point, Illinois. 8 to 73, Severance McLaughlin, Troop, Texas. 9 to 79, Mackenzie Gill, Whitehall, Maryland. 10 to entry 80, Swihart Vanderbrook Family Farms, Venosha, Ohio. 11 to 82, Linda Cook, Muncie, Indiana. Again, our Columbia junior champion was entry number 51 out of the January ULAM class, Jessica Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin, with 25.32. The reserve champion came from the February ULAM class, entry 63, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio, with Brant, 4481.
Real nice set of slickshore views here on our Tunis side of the ring. I think just maybe a little more moderate combination type of female to lead off with. I think in motion, she just stays the truest in terms of her hip and pin set. Her shoulder lays in pretty nice. She's got a nice rib and body and barrel about her. Nice dimension about her when you get your hands on her. And then, again, very nice head about her. I think a combination female. If you think maybe she's a little moderate, I'll go with that. I think that's an awfully nice ewe just in terms of build and structure. The next one, big ewe, and I appreciate that, but they try to shear that one and bring to us. That's a massive female. She's going to look extremely good fitted as well. That ewe in motion, maybe just not quite as comfortable and square how she builds her hip in compared to that class winner, but I love that female just in terms of that top shape, in terms of that dimension and that look. I think that's a very high-end one to go into second as well. The next couple maybe are just a little bit piecier, don't balance quite as nice as those first two. The next one paints a nice picture from the side. There's just not as much of her. The next one's got a nice barrel about her, maybe wants to taper up into her pin and hip and maybe just give up a little bit of that stifle shape. And the next one maybe just gets a little bit rougher behind her shoulders, but love that one in terms of dimension. Really a good class of slick sheared. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations.
For the Columbia, our grand champion ewe goes to entry number 22, our senior champion ewe out of the yearling ewe class, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa, with Thiessen, 2421. The reserve grand champion was our junior champion ewe, entry 51 out of the January ewe lamb class, Jessica Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin, with 25-32. Next, we have Best Fleece. This is Ram or U. Best Fleece, Ram or U for the Columbia. Placing on the Tuna Slickshorn Yearling U class, first place goes to entry 93, Justine Bielwitz, Hunt, New York, with S&T 2342. Second to 94, Mark and Janine Johnson, Manuka, Illinois, with Red Barn Farm 0463, Rena. Third to 89, Severance McLaughlin, Troop, New Texas. Fourth place to entry 91, Leah Bielwitz, Hunt, New York. Fifth place to 87, Madeline Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. Sixth to 95, Drew Ridgway, Libertytown, Maryland. 7 to 88, Gregory Looper, Nunda, New York. 8 to 90, Swihart, Vanderbrook Family Farms, Venosha, Ohio. Ninth place to 85, Madeline Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. 10th place to 86, Linda Cook, Muncie, Indiana. And 11 to entry 92, Madeline Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. Placing on the pair yearling ewes, first place to 100, Mark and Janine Johnson, Manuka, Illinois. Second to 102, Colin Anderson, West Carlton, New York. Third to 103, Gregory Loper, Newton, New York. 4 to 97, Justine Bielwitz, Hunt, New York. 5 to 105, Swihart, Vanderbrook Family Farms, Venosha, Ohio. Sixth place to 96, Severance McLaughlin, Troop, Texas. Seventh to 101, Madeline Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. And eighth place to 99, Linda Cook, Muncie, Indiana. For our best fleeced ram or ewe in the Columbia show, it went to Jackson Thiessen on his yearling ewe, 2343. Jackson's from Alden, Iowa.
Well, we got a super set of senior ewe lambs here on our tuna side, and sent a whole bunch of good ones back out of this top 5, and I think just a darn good group all the way through. There's some differences floating through here, and we'll talk about them here just a little bit. The first one, and maybe, you know, she's just a tick moderate, but she paints a great picture every time we look at her. Her just lines and underline is extremely good. Her chest floor and her breastplate stays up in her, the best of what we have here going. She's sound on her feet and legs. You get your hands on her, and she's very, very true. She's really, really good back in through her hip and pin. I think this a very, very high-end female here. Our next one is a bigger ewe, and maybe next year that one's going to beat this one. She's already a little bit bigger, which I appreciate. And when they get this one to relax and be comfortable, I think lights out. In motion today, and I think 90% of it is an attitude situation. She just does not want to get out and go. I have to use this one here for us today just from a get out and go standpoint, how she keeps her spine into her. I think both of these are really, really good. Very, very high end on both them pair. The third one, taking nothing away from that one. That one's very good sheep. She handles just a little bit more narrow than we have in these first two. She also tracks just a little bit more narrow than we have in these first two. But man, just a big type of female that's done quite a bit of growing here for us. She's got just an extra stout bone work underneath her compared to a couple of them here for us, and I appreciate that about her. I think a trio of really good ones. Big, bold female comes to us in 4. She's just not as coordinated and balanced in motion as we have in a couple of these that get ahead of her. Maybe just gets it once in a while, just up at her spine, just a nickel, but beautiful head on that female. She's got some extra length about her. I like that one a bunch too. And then we round out the top 5 with one that moderates quite a bit compared to a couple of her counterparts here. That's a great female, though. Her top line is so good. Her rib and barrel lays in, and her underline lays in so good, and she trucks around the ring friggin' easy. Take away just a little bit of that moderation, and I think she gets a piece of this. I think that's a really nice one, too. Let's put our hands together. Congratulations on a nice set of senior ewe lambs here tonight.
Placing on our Columbia flock class, first place goes to Jackson Thieves in Alden, Iowa. Second place and winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award is Charles and Louise Worm of Lakefield, Minnesota. Third place to Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. And fourth to Addison Bussinger, Bluffton, Ohio. That does conclude our Columbia show. Our judge has been Todd Taylor of Wisconsin. Placing on the fall ewe lamb class for the Tunis, first place to 108, McLean Music, Camp Point, Illinois, with Spildy, 860. Second to 109, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin, with Spildy, 856. Third to 110, Mark and Janine Johnson, Manuka, Illinois, with fourth to 111, Greg Loper, Nunda, New York. Fifth to 107, Amanda Willard, Lebanon, New Hampshire. 6 to 112, Lynn Murray, Higginsville, Missouri. 7 to 106, Drew Ridgway, Libertytown, Maryland. 8 to 113, Madeline Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. And 9 to 114, Justine Bielwitz, Hunt, New York.
Here in the Tunis ring, we bring our senior champion fitted ewes, both classes of yearling ewes and our fall ewes back here. Let's put our hands together for the breeders and exhibitors here with these 6. I think a very, very high-end set here. I think it's been really, really fun for me. When you get sheep that look like they're supposed to in their breeds, you get your hands on them, there's something to them. We put them in motion, and they motor around the ring pretty darn good as well. I think just a really, really good group. There's a big horse of a female, comes out of this middle or late yearling ewe class. Just an awfully powerful type of ewe. She will be our senior champion tonight. And then it closes up pretty tight for reserve, and we can go a couple different directions. We said earlier in that early class of yearling ewes that thing just motors around the ring like they're supposed to. She's one of the best moving ones we've seen tonight. She'll be our reserve. Let's give a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Our senior champion at U for the tuna show went to entry 84 out of the late yearling U class, Mark and Janine Johnson, Manuka, Illinois, with Spildy 787 Polaris. The reserve senior champion to entry 63 from the early yearling U class, Colin Anderson, West Carlton, New York, with Anderson Acres 143.
real nice set of January lambs here in our Tunis. I think, again, just very, very deep in quality, and then just certainly ones that we sent back that are real good too. I think a really fancy, really correct one here to lead off with. That one's got plenty of dimension to her, yet tremendous amount of femininity and look and appeal, show ring design about her, however you want to say it. That one's got it, and we put her into motion. Just a lot of balance about her. She wants to keep her spine down in her like they're supposed to. She wants to track and get around the ring free and easy, and she does that with her front end up, and I think that's an awfully neat head about her as well. Just a darn good one to lead off with. The next one I think pushes her pretty hard. She's not quite as maybe far along and just in that dimension and handle, if you will, in terms of her top shape. Maybe doesn't stand quite as wide in terms of her base width that we have in that class winner, but another really nice headed one. Not much wool on this shoe, and so she's really, really good in terms of her top. I think this another real high-end one there to go into 2. A little shorter coupled one comes into 3, and got a little more stoutness about her, which I appreciate. You get your hands on her, just really wide in terms of her top, wide back in through her hip and pin set. Got a little more ruggedness about her head, maybe not quite as feminine as those first 2, but certainly a darn good one there. And then a 4th one comes to us, just not as far along. Maybe it's just a nickel finer in her feature and maybe her bone work, but really a flashy one when they get her to relax and set into herself. We round out the top 5 with one that moderates out just a nickel, but one that's got a lot of dimension and width in terms of her top. I like that one. It's a little extra shot of bone. She doesn't have that whistle front end that a couple of them do ahead of her, but I think very, very high quality. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations here.
Results of that January U Lamb class: first place to entry 121, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin, with Spildy 869. Second place to 119, Parker Smith, Cardington, Ohio, with Jet 2543. Third to 120, Justine Bielwitz, Hunt, New York. 4 to 118, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. 5 to 125, Severance McLaughlin, Troop, Texas. 6th place to 128, Gregory Loper, Nunde, New York. 7 to 126, Mark and Janine Johnson, Manuka, Illinois. 8 to 127, Drew Ridgway, Liberty Town, Maryland. 9 to 124, Severance McLaughlin, Troop, Texas. 10th place to 117, Dana Gokenauer, Woodstock, Virginia. And 11 to 122, Swihart Vandenbroek Family Farms, Kenosha, Ohio.
Really a nice set of February ewe lambs here on our Tunis side here. I think, again, just very high end in terms of quality, floating all the way through. We've got just a really good motor in one here to lead off with. She is fancy, 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 and she looks just like that in motion. She holds her front end together. She holds her top line down in there like they're supposed to, stands on a really nice set of feet and legs, and just lays in that shoulder with so much femininity about her. There's zero breastplate in her, beautiful head about her. I think just an awfully neat female to lead off with. The next one, I'm going to tip the scale, being just a little heavier, and you appreciate her growth and dimension. Around the ring, she's not quite as comfortable as our class winner, but certainly I think a very high-end ewe that's going to grow into a great big yearling ewe. I think just another really good one to go into that second hole. A little more of a problem one here for me in third. And I think you can do a couple different things with it. I think you can lead off with this ewe. I think you can put her third. I think you can get her down a little further if you wanted to. I think there's a lot of good in this female. Her front end is tremendous. Her feet and legs and her toes are really good. Top line is really good in that ewe, and a lot of rib and body about her in motion. She wants to maybe take her hip to the ground just a nickel, maybe not quite as true and square as she works back in through her pin set, but a lot of high quality and positives about that female in terms of breeding pieces. Another really nice head. I think just a darn good one to go into third hole. Fourth comes to us, gets a little plainer just in terms of look, just in terms of design. There's not as much of her in terms of top shape. She doesn't have maybe as much of a whistle front end and femininity as we have in a couple of them, but really sound. I like the little extra shot of bone that she brings to the table. Another really nice one there. And we round out the top five with one that's really, really rugged. I like this one's barrel and rib and dimension. Get in behind her. She's not quite as square as she comes back in through her pin set as maybe a couple of them are. And in motion, maybe not quite as much balance about her, but another really good headed one that I think has a lot of merit. Let's put our hands together. That's a really nice set of ewe lambs. Congratulations.
Placing on the February ewe lamb class, first place to entry 139, Colin Anderson, West Carlton, New York, with Anderson Acres 25153. Second place to 140, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin, with Spildy 878. Third to 133, Lynn Murray, Higginsville, Missouri. Fourth place to entry 141, McLean Music, Camp Point, Illinois. Fifth place to entry number 129, Dana Gokenauer, Woodstock, Virginia. Sixth place to 130, Autumn Knuth, Fall Creek, Wisconsin. Seventh place to 142, Justine Bielwitz, Hunt, New York. Eighth place to entry number 131, Mark and Janine Johnson, Minooka, Illinois. 9 to entry 138, Parker Smith, Cardington, Ohio. 10 to 132, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. 11th place to 135, Justine Bielwitz, Hunt, New York. 12th place to entry 134, Drew Ridgway, Libertytown, Maryland. 13 to entry 137, Arabella Knuth, Fall Creek, Wisconsin. 14 to 136, Mackenzie Gill, Whitehall, Maryland. And 15 to 143, Dana Gokenauer, Woodstock, Virginia.
Again, I think a real nice set of March ewe lambs here. I think we've got a real fancy one and real good one here on top. And taking nothing away from the rest of them, I think that one ties a lot of really nice things together. She looks like a female that's born a little bit later in the year. She's got just a great look and stretch and appeal about her in terms of her show ring look. It's really good as you work your hands down her top, and some dimension about her, some grow, and some looks like that one's going to be a pretty big yearling ewe come next year. I think that one has got a great head on her. She's right up on her toes. She maybe just gets a little finer in her feature than a couple of them that come in behind her, but I think that one ties a lot of nice things together for us. Super fancy one here that comes into third. That one's just not as much of her as we have in that sheep that leads off for us, but another really good footed one as we set them into motion. Again, you run your hands down her top. There's not much wool on her. She's very true. Another one that I think is going to continue to grow and be an awfully nice female come next year. Big bodied one here that comes to us in third. That one, in terms of her underline, maybe doesn't balance quite as nice as those first two do, but big hip in that ewe, lots of rib and barrel about her, fancy fronted, and again, I think going to be a really nice yearling ewe come next year. In four, one of the widest top ones we have here in this whole drive. I love that one's hip. I love that one's pin. She's not quite as fancy as the three that get ahead of her, but I do like that ruggedness in terms of her feature. We round out the top five here with one that gets just a little plainer as she appears from the side. She wants to take her front end to the ground just a little. She doesn't want to hold her hip and pin quite as true as a couple of them do, but she's very growthy. She's got some dimension about her when you get your hands on her. I think another really good set of March ewe lambs. Let's put our hands together. Congratulations.
Placing on the March and later born ewe lamb class, first place to entry 152, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois, with Mum 25107. Second place to 147, Colin Anderson, West Carlton, New York, with Anderson Acres 25164. Third place to 153, Gregory Loper, Nunda, New York. Fourth place to 146, Colin Anderson, West Carlton, New York. Fifth to 145, Mark and Janine Johnson, Manuka, Illinois. Sixth place to 148, Mackenzie Gill, Whitehall, Maryland. 7 to 150, Lynn Murray, Higginsville, Missouri. Eighth place to entry number 151, Swihart Vanderbrook Family Farms, Venosha, Ohio. And 9 to entry 149, Linda Cook of Muncie, Indiana.
Real nice set of slickshore news here in our Tunis as we round out some of these individual classes of these younger females. And again, maybe some differences and mostly differences probably in maturity. And I think as we get them out here and line them up, the one that leads off for us just brings the most positive. That's a real level designed one that lays in her shoulder really good. She's done some growing. She's got some extension about her front end. You get your hands on her, there's quite a bit of dimension. She's got some ruggedness about her feature and her bone. I think this is an awfully nice one to get going with. The next one, a little smaller and narrower version, or younger, let's say, a greener version of our class winner. Pretty level in her design. She's got some look and some stretch about her front end. Not as much of her as we have in that lead-off view, but a really fancy one to go into that second hole. Our third one, really, really level. That one's really good in terms of her hip. I think from hooks to pins, that's one of the better ones here. She maybe doesn't stay quite as neat and as attractive up through her front end and her breastplate and her shoulder. But I love how long she is from flank to flank, how long she presents from her 13th rib. I think this is another good one to go 3 for us. A little piecier one here comes to us in 4, and they get her relaxed and set up here. She levels out. She's pretty good in terms of her top line. Maybe just gets a little bolder in her chest floor at times, especially when we move around the ring, maybe not quite as comfortable up there or as attractive there, but really a neat one there in terms of her handle. And then a real neat profile in one there that I think maybe has better days to come. As a yearling ewe, I think she's going to fill in. She's got a big hip and pin set in her. Good set of sheared ewes. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations here.
Placing on the Slickshorn ewe lamb class, first place to 160, Madeline Mag, Ottawa, Ohio, with MJM Family Farm 208. Second place to 157, Colin Anderson, West Carlton, New York, with Anderson Acres 25154. Third place to 161, McLean Music, Camp Point, Illinois. Fourth place to 158, Swihart Vanderbrook Family Farms, Venosha, Ohio. Fifth place to 159, Justine Bielwitz, Hunt, New York. Sixth to 155, Macy Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. Seventh place to 154, Linda Cook, Muncie, Indiana. And 8 to 156, Mackenzie Mag, Ottawa, Ohio.